Good evening. Good evening, one and all and one, etc. Today, we're going to do some more MWAKSing. Where did we get to yesterday in MWAKS? Let's have a look. I'm going to close a bunch of this crap, I think. Let's have a look where we got yesterday. Hello, MeVib. Callum A. I saw Coco in the Discord. Like, Callum didn't get much done yesterday. It's like, what the hell, man? We got loads done yesterday. Loads done. Uh-huh. 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 Am I crazy? Oh, look, there we go. We've got MeVib. I think it's because if I try and run two versions on my machine, it actually freaks out a little bit. But we do indeed have two. Very nice. Very nice. Works like a charm. So today, we need to turn this into a real game. I'm a real game. I might even invert W and S. Maybe. I don't know, that might be a bit extreme. I think it's quite nice having W and S the wrong way round. That's okay though. So, what's the first thing we want to do? Did I see your crackhead skin? I did. We will add it next time we're publishing. So, we want to smooth out movement, probably. Smooth out movement? I'd like to sort out a few things. There's a few things I would like to sort out. That's fine. Because it's going to get super messy if I don't. You like movement except for the WS thing? Yeah. Well, sort of. I don't like it. So not at all. I really hate movement as it is. Rename to player view. We're going to make this literally be just the visuals. So when I did MWAKS 1, I had the visuals and the... Maybe if you could hold buttons, it'd be better, but that's not great on phone. Well, yeah. We might need to add some phone-specific controls. Potentially. What's it bitching about? Oh, right. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. We're going to separate the visuals from the controls. In MWAKS, they were all in one big object, and it wasn't great. It just wasn't great. So, we want them to be two separate objects, which is fine because we already have a player manager. Well, I don't see the player manager anywhere. Oh, he's in deathmatch. Yeah. We also need to add a arena. We need to add collision, etc. Like collision and stuff wouldn't work if it was just teleporting the player around. So we can't keep that. But anyway, let's go back into. No, let's create a new object called player. And inside it, that's going to have a player view and potentially a player controller. Is it going to have a player controller? Maybe. I think it might. Thing is, other players don't really need the player controller. So maybe not. Maybe we don't need this. Right. Player manager can be renamed to player controller. Because that's what it's going to do. It's going to control the player. Movement or collision. How do you mean? How do you mean? I don't understand what you mean there. Do 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 do. Oh, what am I working on first? Movement. Because like I said, collision isn't going to work with the movement we have right now. So trying to work on collision before I fix the movement is a total mental way to do it. Why do you exist? Twice. Why do you exist twice? I don't think you need to exist. I'm not going to embrace the grid-like movement, man. I can guarantee you I'm not going to embrace the grid-like movement. 100% confirmed. Why am I not going to embrace it? Because I've already explained that collision will not work with grid-like movement. So why would I embrace it? Hey, Zoltando! Why would I embrace something that I have just explained does not work? You mean use an actual grid? Why though? What benefit does that give us? Apart from it being super janky, right? The arena would have to fit to the grid, which would be lame. I'd have to come up with a whole grid-based collision detection thing, which would be lame. I couldn't just hijack the physics engine. It just isn't a very good idea, in my opinion. In my humble opinion, do 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 do. Right. So that's going to create the player. So when the player creates the player, we want to store the player. Do 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 do. And then the player doesn't need the camera anymore, which is nice. The less stuff knows about the camera, the better. Get out of here. It does need the photon view, it does need the face and the hat, it does need the name, and it does need the canvas. Does it need the canvas? Maybe not. And then we'll move that into the controller instead. Let's do fixed update. This is going to move the camera around. Right, so functionally, that should be doing the same thing. We also want to take the controls out of here. And we want to put them in the player controller. And this means that we don't have to do all this, is it mine? Because this is not actually going to have any updates, right? It's literally just going to be syncing the images, which is all we need it for. Also, let's make the movement a bit better. Let's just fix the movement. Let's just steal MWAKS's movement. MWAKS's movement was okay. And I know Mevib will cry about that. But there's just no denying. It's better. I accept your belief that we should have grid-based movement, but I'm going to veto that idea and say, MeVib, it's not worth the pain for the benefit. I've done a cost-benefit analysis and decreed that, quite frankly, it's not a good idea. Oh, I'm going to have to set this up, right? Where do we do the actual moving? Here, we move the rigid body. Which means I need to add a rigid body. But for now, we'll not add a rigid body. Yeah. This dot view dot transform dot position plus equals. You don't even have a shift key to sprint. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But look, MeVib, if you want me to design the entire game around the fact that you don't have a computer, I'm sorry, but that's just not going to happen. The M in MWAKS doesn't stand for MeVib. I know you might think it should. Right. That is going to sort things out. We just need to set up horizontal and vertical axis, which I totally can't remember how to do. But I think it's in the project settings. Yeah, remember this. Horizontal move, vertical move. MoveIb's walking and killing simulator. Yeah. I know you might think it should stand for that. So now, I've got speed set to 0. But if I set speed to be something other than 0, which I'll grant you, yeah, that's fine. Player controller can have speed set to, let's just set it to 10. Then we manually set the view when we create it. It needs access to the camera, which we do on creation. So it should be good. That gives you another idea for your phone controls. Let's have a look. The variable camera has not been assigned. Look, that's just not true. Oh, entry point, line 43. Line 43? Deathmatch player controller. Oh, right. Yeah, of course. There we go. Who needs the whatever that button is button anyway? I don't understand your plan. Your deviously fiendish, mischievous scheme. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. There's a little bit of input delay. I think that's... Why is there input delay? I think it's the camera not keeping up with the player as opposed to any actual input delay. I think. You're going to remap some of your keys to stuff like shift so you can run like us guys. Interesting. Right, why is there that delay? Is it because I did this on fixed update, not just update? Is it because I should do that after I move the player? Maybe now it'll be smoother? Do 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 do. Still seems to keep moving for a frame too long. Is it because of my input axis? It could be. Ooh, also, does that mean that my controller's going to work? No. No? Joystick 1. It should be joystick 1. Unless I have to manually configure what joystick 1 is, but that wouldn't make sense. Give me movement! Okay, let's Google it. Unity joystick movement. Yeah, so you don't have to do this. Unity input get axis joystick. Change the type to joystick axis. But it had that as an option, right? Oh, I see, I see, I see. So in ye olde MWAKS, I must have... No, no. It should just be get this, right? And then it either gets it from the keyboard or the mouse, depending on which one you're using. Da, da, da. Oh, I see. I think I see. You just have two with the same name? Maybe now? Maybe? Is such a thing even possible? What's it bitching about? Horizontal axis is not set up. Use edit settings input. But I did set it up. Type joystick. I sure wish I could load MWAKS 1 and see what I did in MWAKS 1. Because this looks correct. Input axis horizontal is not set up. I mean, I get what it's saying. I really do get what it's saying. It's saying, look, Callum, you deleted horizontal. And we need a horizontal. So you're going to have to add it again. That's what it's saying. But I don't want to add another horizontal. Fine. You win this round, game. Horizontal. Vertical. I hope you're happy, game. I hope you're happy. Hey, Brian. Right, maybe, just maybe? Is such a thing even possible? Yes, it is! Da-da-da, controlling with my Xbox controller. What's that complaining about? Line 28 in player controller. It's saying there is no view. Understandable. If this dot view equals null, do nothing. You have a wireless PS3 controller. Hey, if you hook that up, you'll be living the dream. And I can use the keyboard, and I can make them fight each other. Use the keyboard and the controller at the same time. The perfect crime. Right, let's publish that, but before we publish that, I know MeVib's a little whining baby, so I'll do him a solid. Do 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 do. Dee 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 dee. Correct, new skin. There it is. Look. MeVib. I have to ask. MeVib, I swear to God. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dee 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 dee. MeVib didn't follow the template again. You didn't use my template this time. You know, if you'd used my template this time, that would have fit perfectly. That is a fact. Right, let's upload this new version where movement is smoothed out. You used the upload trace image. Oh, I see. I don't know about that. All I know for sure is that your image is not the size of the other images. And that says it all, really. You're done with skins. Yeah, it's a sad time, but it might be for the best. So, now we've got movement working. Next up is collision, which should be relatively easy. Should just be a case of adding a physics body to the view. Then after that, aiming and shooting. Maybe add some sort of a map. Wonder if we could use the old MWAKS map. We probably could. The classic. The legendary MWAKS map. We could probably just reuse it. Maybe we should. What did it look like? It was under assets, resources, level. That was the MWAKS map. Then we also had weird level. We never used that though, it was too easy to glitch the corners. That one was way too easy to glitch. It was a pretty good level though. We'll stick with default MWAKS map for now. Perfect. Perfection guaranteed. I'm actually thinking about switching the network code. Maybe one deathmatch map and one capture the flag map. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. And I think we'll just have two modes, deathmatch and capture the flag, and we'll just have a single room for each. At least for now. I think that'll be a pretty good idea. Then we can get capture the flag working. And that'll be pretty cool. Not that there'll ever be enough people playing for capture the flag to be massively viable. Do you reckon we should have a mini-map? Part of the joy of MWAKS is hiding from people, so probably not. I'm thinking about adding, like, another layer to the map, which is like a ceiling, so that you can hide under stuff. I think that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I guess there is no need for a mini-map. It'd be quite interesting to code. Just zoom out. Well, I might take away the zoom out functionality. It was a bit overpowered. That might be sacrilege. Do 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 do. Of course you disagree, Meebib. MWAKS 2. The Reckoning. Don't know why it makes you type the title each time. So now, theoretically, yes, controller support. There is a God, and it's me. So next we add collision, and probably the arena. Probably worth adding both at the same time. But if I add the arena, I need to add like specialized ports, which is not ideal. Like spawning points. Remember last time we just had 2 spawning points, and you just camped the spawn points. It was good times. Ah, Meevup. There he is. We're very fast. Almost too fast? Question mark? Be interesting to see how much lag there is. Currently, I don't really see any lag. Pretty smooth. Hard to tell though, because we don't know which way Meevip's trying to go. But it seems pretty smooth. Right. That's really nice. Next up, collision. Collision should be as simple, and I know I always say that and then it never is, but it should be as simple as going into the player view, going to the face, and adding a circle collider 2D. And it really should be as simple as doing that. So if I play locally now, theoretically, I guess there's no one else around. But if there was someone else around, I'd collide into them. Weird how we disappear if we lose focus. After mapping collision, bullets will indeed be next. Okay. I have a Callum too. Will I collide with him? Yes. Oh, it's controlling both. It's very hard to tell. It's controlling both. Whee! Because I'm using my joystick's hooked up to both. Give the square collision. Yeah, that is what I should do. Oh, square? Oh, they also need rigid bodies, right? Rigid body 2D, that's why they're not colliding. Don't know if they need photon rigid bodies. Possibly. It's all gone crazy. I didn't turn off gravity. I think that's in project settings. Gravity 0. It might still behave incredibly weirdly. Yeah. It sure does. Okay, that's because of my... I need these to be children of the face. You are a hat, yeah. Now it should be fine. Do 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 do. Okay, it's not actually fine. Because maybe I get rid of the rigid body on this and the collider on this, and I add them to the view itself. Yeah, it is turning, but I'll fix that. No, not a box collider. A circle collider. You know what? The time has come. I'm putting in a default name. That's been a long time coming. Means I don't have to type Callum every time. Way. Now, just for shits and giggles. This is going to be interesting. What was the other thing? Photon transform view. I wonder what this will do. It's supposed to be constant movement. At the moment, I think so. It's not setting my default name. Kind of insulted by that. Also, I can't see the other players anymore, but that's fine. Right, so if I publish this, theoretically, there will now be a cube that we can all push around. There might even be more than one cube. There might be a cube per player. Oh, and that's the game. You have to push your cube into the opponent's goal. That's a game right there. For capture the flag, make it so the flag is a physics object. And you have to push it around instead of just picking it up and running. I think that'd be quite entertaining. Yeah, soccer, kind of. Except, yeah, maybe. I'll be back in a sec. What if two guys are pushing the cube in opposite directions? We'll find out that with this test, right? Once we upload the version with the cube that theoretically can be pushed by everyone. I guess we'll see what it does. I think it'll... Pretty nice playing with a controller. Hell yeah it is, man. When I used to always play MWAKS with a controller. Always. It is really nice. You have to use a controller, you're pretty sure. Yeah, you probably will have to. This is going to be busy compiling for another 4 minutes. Meanwhile, let's try and fix Mevid's thing. Because I'm nice like that. Do 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 do. Oop, wrong layer. Uh, Can you set the anchor when you're scaling? Maybe. Let's just YOLO it. That is officially close enough. Not sure how that'll look. Method soon. Yeah. Oh, I'm really curious to see what happens with this cube. I think it's going to spawn a cube for everyone who joins. Just because of the lazy coding of it. Where's my controller? Come on, controller. Come to me. My cube. It's mine. Stay away from the cube. I feel like adding the physics has really made the players look like they lag. Pushing the cube, though, it's pretty fun. Pretty hard to push the cube. This is a game in and of itself. Push the cube. What we've got right now is basically an incredibly simple version of Rocket League, right? That's basically what this is. An incredibly basic Rocket League. Which is pretty cool. So, it has made movement a lot more janky. It looks less smooth. The other player's movement looks less smooth. Now that we've got physics. which is not cool. It's possible we need to tweak the settings somewhat. I wonder if I should be using someone else. We don't want to be syncing rotation. Why have I got 2 photon transform views? That'll be why. Look, we've got 2 photon transform views. The cube on your screen is different than what's on stream. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I never expected the cube to work correctly. I think that makes sense. The fact that we had 2 transform views probably explains the janky movement. And this explains why it's different. I put the extra transform view on the wrong model. Yeah, that's sorted out the smoothing of the people. I'd put 2 transform views on the same guy, so they were constantly trying to double set themselves. And now the cube should be correct. Only for me, though. Right, let's fix the cube. I know the cube isn't, like, gonna stay forever. But let's fix it. I quite like the cube. I think he's got promise. If Photon Network is master client, so if you're the master, create a cube. This will make it so there's only 1 cube. In theory, it totally should stay forever. It's quite strategic, is the cube. You could use them for, like, making barriers and stuff. Wait. I need to nuke the cube that already exists. So now when I join, it shouldn't create a cube. Perfect. So, we're going to have to sit here and wait for this to publish again. But then we'll want to all leave and then join in again. Cube only map. What, a map made out of cubes that can be moved around? See, this is the joy of my chaos coding design philosophy. You do random stuff, like you give a cube physics, and suddenly it opens up potential ideas that you'd never thought of before. That's why I'm a firm believer in chaos coding. I mean, sure, it can distract you from what you're actually trying to do. But when you're just messing about testing things, you can come up with some pretty good ideas. I don't think Meavid's using a controller. I think he's still using his on-screen keyboard. I believe that with all my heart. I should have added the map at the same time. But then you guys would have just become obsessed with glitching out the corners. I know you too well. You try to push the cube through the wall, and we can't have that. So next thing to add is shooting. Can't remember how we used to do scores. How did we used to do scores? Because someone has to keep track of scores. I think each individual person keeps track of their own score and then sends it to everyone else. I think is how it worked. And then when you died, you lost all your score. It was pretty brutal. And unlike most .io games, there was no snowballing effect. Like, you didn't get stronger the more people you killed. Brian said so. I can only assume that's going to be followed up by something. A question? I'm waiting on tenterhooks. Feels like kick when the little guy's down, make the shitty dudes OP. Oh, interesting. Oh, you were saying so to the clipping the walls. Oh, I see, I see. Well, it'll distract you from testing the new features that I add. Not that I'm viewing you as a resource to be used, but it is quite helpful. And I know if I add something, and I'm like, okay guys, let's all check it out. You'll be like, no, I'm busy clipping through the wall. Do. Sure is a shame this takes so long to compress. It's the compression that takes forever. I think I could nuke the photon demos to cut down the time this takes. But we might still need the photon demos for some things as reference points. Can somebody fix your guy? You have no identity. Need to see a psychologist for that, I think. Aha. Aha. Why was Pestilence not an oval anymore earlier? It's a good question. Oh right, this new version will have a MeVib's image in it, right? It is still too big, but I've only got myself to blame. Cube, 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 cube. Do 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 do. Are we sharing a cube now? I think we are. Are we sharing a cube? MeVib looks like Kim Jong-il. You think we are sharing a cube? Yeah, I think we are. Do 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 do. Yeah, he really does. The layering on the hats is wrong. The hat is supposed to be in front, but it's currently behind, which is easy enough to fix. But I kind of like how he looks like Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un. I can't remember which is which. Is Il the new one? I think Il's the new one. Cube, 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 cube. I don't know why I get so much satisfaction out of pushing this cube around. There's no denying that I do. Un's the new one. Is he? It's very satisfying. I don't know how you guys feel about pushing the cube around, but I'm quite enjoying it. My cube. Should the cube rotate? It makes it very slippy. It probably should rotate. Realistically, the cube is probably not going to live for long. Enjoy it while you've got it. There'll be some sort of meta strat for pushing the cube. It doesn't play ball. Thing is, if it didn't rotate, it'd be too easy to just push it away from everyone else. There is that question of what happens if you push it from two different sides at once. What if we form like a triforce around the cube? It's a shame there's not a fourth person so we could like jam it in on each side and see what it does. God damn it, Mevib. I think we just glitched through the cube. I mean, realistically, it's two circle colliders pushing a cube that can rotate. It's never going to get squashed. It's just going to get rotated. That's pretty cool, though. So, next up is bullets, right? Next up is bullets. Yeah, you do just slip off the side. Here's a question. I don't see anyone. Or a cube. Maybe you guys have run away somewhere. I don't see the cube. Did the cube disappear when I... AFK'd? I think it did. And I think that's because I need to set... Where is it? Takeover. So when I leave, it gives the cube to someone else. Right, shooting. For shooting, we need another selector. Bullet selector. Is that everything? Almost. Right, then I need to get a bullet. A bullet or two. I'm not going to have faith that Mevib's bullet is correctly sized. Coco's stuff tends to be correctly sized. I'm just going to add 2 bullet types for now. It's so easy to get lost out in the void. Oh, it really is. It really is easy. Should we add the map? Let's add the map. No, let's finish what we're doing. Let's finish what we're doing. Excellent. And then we'll add the map before we upload again. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Check the money bullet. I'm just not sure that I trust that it's going to be even remotely correctly sized. That's a sad fact. And it is a sad fact. But I'll check it. I'll check it. Now we need to save what bullet they've chosen. We need to add it to the list. Which means I need to add it to the main image. At this point, you're not even sure anymore because you thought the crackhead skin was right. Yeah, I'm not even sure anymore, to be honest. Character bullet. I did not mean to do that. Just ignore the fact that it looks like that. That's fine. Kind of. I could probably... No, we want that pretty far down for when we get the shield. Right. Theoretically, now you're imagining bullets that are tiny men. There's no reason they couldn't be. Scheiße! Did I stop the submit button from working? I find that hard to believe. I really wish I knew why it was throwing this exception as well. It's throwing it because... I don't know. What if I bring that over there? Okay. It's all good, kind of. There's someone else around. B. Who is the master? Then we need to make so we can actually shoot bullets, right? Right, we want inputs. What's fire 1? Left control. Whatever. Okay. Fire 2. Left alt. Fire 3. Left shift. Joystick button 0. Wonder what joystick button 0 is. Anyway, we have fire 1. So now we basically want to say inside our player controller, pressing in the stick. Really? I might just want to steal the MWAKS code for this. It's kind of awkward. Let's get the aim input. Which means I need to set up the aim input. And I think this is where your mobile super race is gonna fall apart. Okay. Horizontal aim. Can I just clone these? Yeah. Maybe. Horizontal aim. Horizontal aim should be just keyboard. Just controller. And then vertical aim should also be just controller. Because we had two different ways of aiming, right? We had you click where you want to shoot, and we had on the controller, we had the little aiming thing. Yeah. Oh, shit. But it needs to be the other axis. Because you got two sticks, right? So aiming needs to be the other stick. Unity joystick input right stick. The right stick vertical is the 5th, horizontal is the 4th. Let's hope tapping works for shooting. It might do, because it might consider a tap to be a mouse click. There is potential that it will. So there's aiming. So then we're going to get our aim input. Although we only care about that if we're firing, right? If input dot get, oh look, get touch. I'm just going to see how we did it in MWAKS. Get button. Fire A, I think it was called. If you're not firing, just return. If you are firing, get the aim input. If aim input is nothing, and move input is nothing, cursor visible is true. I wish I knew what that was talking about. If aim input is nothing, get the camera position. Perfect. So that means if you're not touching the right stick, fire wherever your mouse is pointing. Which is fine. Normalize the aim. Event codes, fire bullet, send event. No. So we take our position. We add a little bit for some reason. I think that's so that we don't spawn the bullet within ourselves. We say which way we want it to move, the name of the bullet, and the owner of the bullet. I sure wish I remember what that was doing. We'll have to add the battery as well. Stop you guys from spamming. Remember when you could just spam infinite bullets? Okay, let's just do it ourselves. So we have an aim input. We want to photon network instantiate. Hey Dan. 5 centimeters of snow? That's not a lot of snow. But I guess it depends where you live. Can definitely cause problems if your area is not used to snow. Wonder how battery would work when you hold if tap is a click. I assume you'd only fire once? Player/bullet? Your drivers lose their mind when they see a snowflake. Understandable. Yoink. Bullet view. We need to actually make a bullet. Then the position is... For now, it's just going to be our position. And the rotation is going to be... just identity for now. So then... get component bullet view. We haven't actually made a bullet yet. Let's do that. Should be relatively simple. Just add a 2D circle. Give it an image. I don't know why it screws up these Z-axes so much. Is it because applications, Z-axis is super weird? We always get snow. Well, not always. No, yeah. on a regular basis. And I'm used to living in Scotland where snow is like eternal. Right. We have a bullet. The bullet also needs a photon transform view, a photon view, ownership transfer can be fixed, that's fine. And we're going to make the bullets, but we're not going to make them collide with anyone yet, so you'll be able to shoot bullets, but you won't be able to collide with them for now. Right. So the bullet view needs... What does it need? Let's make it a game entity, just for the sake of it. What does the bullet need? The bullet needs... access to its sprite. No, wait. Sprite renderer. Sprite. And then it needs access to its photon view. Maybe. Maybe not. Right. When the bullet is created, we do the same thing we do with the player. For generating what the bullet looks like. Yeah. This is a highly inefficient way of doing things. Just FYI, we shouldn't be loading the bullets every time. We also need the name, don't we? I'll tidy this up. And we do need the photon view. I just want to get this working and then we'll think about how we can improve it. Fun fact, Antarctica only gets about 5 centimeters of snow a year, however the temp's always below freezing. I guess that is a fun fact. Right, so that should maybe let me fire bullets. They're not going to move, but it will let me fire bullets. Maybe. What happened here? Input button fire A is not set up. But it is set up. Is it not? Fire 1, 2, 3. Ah. Suddenly it all makes sense. This is glitching out because I assume I'm not saving it correctly. Failed to load bullet view. Oh right, I never turned this into a prefab. There we go. Its photon view should be itself. I mean, its photon view, yeah, should be itself. Okay. Right, maybe. This'll work. Need to figure out why that's not saving my bullet, but... I guess it's fine for now. So that is creating bullets. Look. But it's creating them in the wrong place. First of all, let's nuke that bullet. Why is it creating the bullet in the wrong place? Why? Let's have a look where it's actually creating it. Where are you, bullet? They're all in the same spot. You think it's creating at my mouse? No. It's creating them somewhere. It's creating them all at the same spot. Look. Is it creating them underneath the square? No. It's creating them... exactly on top of me. You're no expert, but you would guess user error. Yeah, it could be. Could be. So it's creating them on top of me, which it's supposed to do. But it's... I think it's linking them to me so that when I move, the bullet moves with me, which it shouldn't be doing. Shouldn't be doing that. Look. No, their position... It's like they're being made children of me, which they shouldn't particularly be. Doesn't help that they've got no sprite. Why have they got no sprite? Right, I need to solve that one problem, right? It's not saving my bullet, or I'm not loading my bullet. I think that's what it is. Mm-hmm. Yes, very good, Dan. Very good. I concur. Is it because I didn't set a value? On character creator, bullet selector. Oh look, sprite type bullet. Which is what it should be using. Load bullet. Set my sprite to be the bullet sprite. Save bullet when we submit. Oh, character hat. Human error. It's always human error. You can always rely on human error. Right, this time it should save it. What the hell? Who's that? Patino? Computers don't make mistakes. It's sad but true. Now, to be fair, it's still not setting the sprite correctly. Look, it's still got no sprite. Your cube. Is there an invisible person here pushing the cube around? Or is it just... I think it's Brian's physics updating the object. The cube of kings! Why is it not setting the sprite? That's the real question. Player bullets. Is that where I put the sprites? Yeah, player bullets. That's correct. Split the nickname. Find the bullet. Set the bullet. I'll be back in a sec, and then we'll figure this out. If in doubt, blame me, Vib. When you start, get your nickname. Oh, I know why. I thought I knew why. I was horribly mistaken. Horribly, horribly mistaken. Look how many bullets there are. I think I need to add logging. So it's got the right renderer. So it should be setting the sprite. Let's add some debugging. Debug log sprite name. Is it actually getting the name correctly? The real question is, why am I shorter than Patino? The answer to that is probably that I'm not. Right. Callum Hat. Callum Hat. If in doubt, name parts 3. I think it is supposed to be name parts 3. 0 is the name, 1 is the face, 2 is the hat, 3 is the bullet. Right, the bullets now do actually exist. See? So it is working! Brilliant! It's totally working. It's totally working. Question is, what's the fire button on the controller? A. No, we can't be having that. However, now we're creating bullets. That's really good. We also need the bullets to move. So, for the bullets to move, we're going to, in the player controller, we're going to keep a list of bullets. And when we update, we're going to move said bullets. Now the bullets could move themselves, but do they need to? We might make them do it later. This dot bullets add bullet view. Right, so we have our list of bullets. Then each bullet needs to have what does it need? It needs like let's just make some bullet controllers. Sod it. It's gonna make life easier. Do 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 do. It's maybe gonna make life easier. No, it's not. I'd have to think about it too hard. Right, we have a list of bullets. So for each bullet in bullets, okay, that's bitching. Unnecessarily bitching, I might add. We want to say, sod it. I'm going to end up putting logic in the view, which I'm not happy about. I don't want logic in the view. I don't want logic in the view. Urgh. But I also don't want controllers on things that aren't local. Which is fine. Okay, if a job's worth doing, it's worth doing vaguely well. Maybe make life easier, that's so unlike me, avoid that option like a plague, yeah. I think so. I'm inclined to agree. I'm just kind of spitballing at the moment. A bullet controller is a game entity, and it has a bullet view. And on update, it also has a direction. But Callum, you should have a bullet model as well. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. It has a direction, it has a speed. And it has a time to live. So in our update, we want to say time to live minus equals time dot delta time. If time to live is less than 0. Destroy the view and destroy ourselves. We'll move that out later, but for now, it can just kill itself. Then, otherwise, we want to say this dot view dot transform plus equals direction, no, position, direction times speed times time delta time. And that should logically, maybe, possibly, move the bullets in the direction they're supposed to go. And then kill them. So let's prefab that. It can have, let's just set some defaults. Time to live, I don't know, 10. I don't know what metric that's going to be. Speed, 5. And then in the player controller, when we create the bullet, I really do need to tidy this up. It's an absolute mess right now. This dot bullet controller prefab vector30 quaternion identity. Then I need to create a prefab. There. And then this list of bullets, I don't know if we need it anymore, but we're going to switch it to bullet controllers instead of bullet views. I'm pretty convinced we don't need it anymore, but we'll keep it just for the sake of it. Now, we need to say bullet controller view equals bullet view. I think I have gone about this totally roundabout, but I need to think about it more before deciding that. Right, theoretically, maybe possibly, I can now shoot. Is such a thing even possible? Yes, but my bullets are refusing to move. Why? because it's not what I intended. Okay. Deathmatch. Nuke this controller. And then this... Oh, I never set up the prefab, that's why. I never set up the bullet controller prefab. I mean, they're still not doing what I expect them to do, but is it at least making the bullets? Yes. So every bullet has got a controller. But they're not moving. It's quite fun just drawing this, though. Until we run out of view IDs. So, why is this guy not moving the bullet? This is going to spam the log something fierce. This is going to really spam the log. Although I think I can make it so that we only fire one bullet per press. What type of equation is speed times time? It makes the movement not be frame rate based, which you really don't want. You really don't want frame rate based movement. Didn't Fallout 76 have frame rate based movement at first? So if you look down at the ground, your frame rate increased and you could move faster. I think it did. And that's because they didn't do anything like that. Basically, you want to say that the shorter the interval between this frame and last frame, the less you should move. Which means that if you like, because speed is like pixels per second, right? You want it to be pixels per second. You don't want it to be pixels per frame. So that's why you do the multiplier. What did I come here for? Oh, to do get button down. I think that means it'll only do it once. For each time I press it. Mm-hmm. So our direction is set to 0. Which actually makes a lot of sense. Because I wasn't setting the direction. So it was just being told to stay where it was. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Well, it's not working. It's not working. Except it's always pointing up or down. Whee! I like how these ones are just like, nah, I'm not gonna move. And then look, they stop moving. Which is because of something. I guess it's not destroying itself. Destroying myself. I think it's doing destroy myself, but it's not actually destroying itself. Should take about 10 seconds to kill itself. So look, it destroyed itself. Except it didn't destroy itself, and I know why. So I was telling it to destroy the script, not the bullet itself. So then the question is, why is direction always being so jank? So now it should destroy itself after 10 seconds. Maybe I should bring the lifetime down to 1. I probably should. It's fine though, it's working. We're able to shoot. We outrun the bullets, but that's fine. And then they kill themselves. Right. So, this is working. The only thing that's not working is the direction that's getting fed to it, which is done in the player controller, right? We create aim input, which we do by getting horizontal aim, vertical aim, and 0, which means horizontal aim. Oh, I was a fool. Right, now, logically, theoretically, potentially, I can shoot. Huzzah! Look at that. Truly, we are back on the MWAKS ball. Kind of. However, clicking to choose where to shoot is not working. It's always just going to the last place my joystick hit. Though it is sort of working. There is a discrepancy there. Now make bullets kill, you want blood? No. Not yet. That. So get the mouse's position on the screen. Get the view's position. There we go. Now it should work. Perfect. I mean, perfect is a bit of a stretch, but it is working. And isn't that what truly matters? Then let's decrease the speed of the player to 5 and increase the speed of the bullet to 10 and make them only live for 2 seconds. I like how there's a ghost Patino when I load the game, and then he vanishes. Where are you, ghost Patino? All the way up there. Let's go find ghost Patino. Brian, I see you moving. I see you moving when these move. Look. I can see you moving. Where's Brian in relation to me? South. Brian, stop running away! I'll never find you. Is that a fact? Found you, Brian. You can't escape. The perfect crime. I'm now tied to Brian. I don't think Brian sees the bullets. In fact, I know he doesn't. Right, let's, We were gonna add the map, weren't we? I did cheat. We were gonna add the map. Let's add the map. You don't see me either. Oh, that's interesting. Wonder why that is. Right, let's add the map. The good old MWAKS map. We're not gonna have any spawn points. I need to make it so the map can't be pushed around. Is it a polygon collider I need? Yes. I think at the moment the map's going to be able to be pushed around. Yeah. Hey, it adds a whole new dynamic. It adds a whole new dynamic, and it stops you guys from cheesing out the side. Floating map is cool. It is kind of cool. Keep it. Yeah, okay. For that, if we're keeping it, what I'm actually going to do for now is I'm going to make the square be the map. It just makes sense. Because I've already set the square up to spawn, to transfer ownership, to sync up with physics. I think it just makes sense. Oh, I'm outside the map. Oh, the map's... Oh, wait. That's because... the squares collider needs to be a polygon collider. That's the problem with the floating map. If you spawn outside of it, you're kind of screwed. We could make the spawn points be physics objects that can be pushed around as well. Let me in! For now, we can say you see when we initially spawn the player, we can spawn at the box. So can we do that? Be a bit awkward. See? Making the floating map is cool until you want to spawn people inside the map. At that point, it becomes a headache. How do we guarantee that people spawn inside the map? How do we guarantee it? How do we guarantee it? How do we guarantee it? It means we have to get the map's position. Can't I just move where the map spawns? But let's say Brian joins a game and he's the only player. Currently it spawns you at 0-0. If Brian then pushes the map off to one side and someone else joins, 0-0 will no longer be within bounds of the map. I think the easy answer is we make a spawn point that can be pushed around. I think that's the easy answer. So, yeah, there might be a way to track the map, but it's going to be awkward. And I like the idea of spawn points that can be pushed around. So we'll kill two birds with one stone, and we'll do that. So for that, yeah, physics spawn point is cool. Except then we need to keep track of where the physics spawn point is, so we basically have to keep track of the same thing. It doesn't help us at all. We end up with the same problem. We end up with the same problem. You want to make your enemies spawn in the void. Yeah. Right, there has to be a way to find the square. If you're not the master client, then you should be able to get the current map. You should be able to get the current map. So it'll just be called square, right? Is it just called square? Square clone. Maybe spawn the map on top of the master guy, then track the master and make people spawn near him. But then we end up with the same issue. We need to be able to grab something. I mean, it'll definitely spawn the map on top of the master, definitely. That's what it's doing at the moment. But as for tracking the master and making people spawn near him, that's where it gets a bit sketchy. So for that, we want to say game object find square copy. It's a bit of a hacky way of doing it. You thought tracking the master was easy? It might be. I'll be back in a sec. I need to turn my phone on because I'm ordering some food. I'll be back in a sec, and then we'll figure it out. I think I'm close, although it's a bit of a hacky way. The other question is, at what point does it create the square? I think it creates us first. Hard to say, really. Well, no, it definitely does create us first. Shoot. Shoot on a boot. It creates us first. That is not hugely ideal. Should we massively hack it? We're going to super hack it, get something that works, and then see if we can do it better. This is going to be really hacky. Like, really, really hacky. I wonder if you can sleep. This is beyond dodgy. Might work, though. Right. If you're the master, create the map. Otherwise, sit and wait until you can get the map. Then, create yourself inside the map. Kind of want an Invisible Man skin, like they're a couple of shades darker than the background. Interesting. Right, is this going to spawn me inside the map? Or is it just going to explode? It's just going to explode and break my environment. I should have seen that coming. Because I bet. In fact, I really should have seen that coming. When you join the room, keep trying to create the player. And then it's literally going to sit there and keep trying to create the player for eternity. Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? And that's how Callum broke Unity. Whoops. Let's reload Unity. Let's not do that anymore. Might need to tweak that a little. Unity Photon. Get remote object. Nobody answered that guy. Look, I'll update Unity one day. But it will not be this day. Right, first things first, get rid of that code that totally nukes it. That's not going to work. Is there another callback? As well as on joined room? Like when everyone else has spawned in? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Photon, Unity, callback when remote objects loaded. What is bolt? Interesting. Interesting. Oh, look. Photon chat. Right. There has to be some way of knowing. None of these are relevant. Sadly, none of them are relevant. How can we know? We can set it as a room variable, maybe. Photon unity room properties. Set custom properties. Not an ideal way of doing it. But it would work. Basically, we set the properties, one of which is where the map is. Then we can spawn ourselves in said map. But there should be an easier way. There should be a way to just say, tell me when everyone else has loaded. That's what we need. We just need, tell me when everything else is loaded. And we have callbacks, but none of the callbacks are useful. When you've joined the room, create the player. See, we just need that to be, not when you've joined the room. When this is called, you can access the existing players in room players, their custom properties, and room.custom properties. Right, so how do I access the room? Current room These custom properties. It's a hash table. Map location. Why do I have to use a hash table? Okay. What if I do this? Get the custom properties in here. Like that. And then if you're not the master client, get the location. Yeah. Spawn point equals new vector 3. Can that take string? No. Scheiße. Fine. I'll do it the shitty way. This is so hacky. I don't trust it to send vector 3s across the wire. Map location 0, map location 1. I don't trust it. Look, let me convert to a float. Please, please, please. Fine. You win this round. Right. That is going to give us the current shiz. Then, on update, Battling with Unity, yeah. This needs access to the square. The map. If you're the master client. Now, I'm not 100% convinced by this, but we're just trying things. And then each time you update, it's going to be a bit janky, but each time we update, and it's only the master who's going to be doing this, so Sodom. We don't care about optimization yet. We care about making it work. This dot map dot transform position x. As an int. Plus the same thing as a y. Now this should, I don't know how well it'll perform, but it should set the location of the map all the time. Then there's only one problem left, which is when the master leaves, someone else needs to take up the call. Which is going to be interesting. Now there is a callback. Called on master client switched. Is there another one that says when I'm the master client? Because that'd be great. No. But we can check that in on master client switched, so it's fine. Master client switched, new master client. Maybe I should give the master client like a little crown above their head. Not that that actually matters, but it'd be good to have a visual representation, wouldn't it? Right. If new master client actually, if Photon Network local player is master client, if you're not the master client, you don't need to do anything. If you are the master client, then you need to get the map, right? You need to take control of the map. So that you can keep updating the location. Also, in this, you only want to do it if you're the master client. Yeah. Right, now, if you are the master client, Unity engine object find game object find square copy. Right, this has to be the sketchiest code that I've added so far. By far the sketchiest. But I don't see any errors. So let's publish that. And then we can see what happens. Meanwhile, I'm going to order some food. I know it might seem like I order food a lot. And that's because I do. I'm just ordering food. Where's my food that I usually get? It's gone missing. Do 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 do. Do I want a tasty dessert? Yeah. Pizza. Yeah, pizza. Pizza plus some chicken. Do 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 do. Is that correct? Yes, 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 yes. Excellent. Living La Vida Loca. What's going to finish first? Me ordering my pizza or the game getting published? Me ordering my pizza. I win. Nice. Now, I'm not hugely convinced that this new code is going to work, you know. You missed 3 hours because you were very busy. You've missed all the exciting stuff, man. We've added controller support. We've added firing. Like shooting. The bullets don't do anything right now, but you can shoot them. We've added a map. A map that might even work. We've added a bit of a weird map. A bit of a strange map. A bit of a bizarre map. But it, you know, we'll see if it works. Slow upload. No. Slow compilation. The upload's pretty fast. It's the compiling of the code that's slow. And I think that's because I've got all the Photon demos still in there. But we need them for now. They have their uses. Maybe the demos would tell me how to do it. Probably not. I don't think the demos have any physics-based maps that can move around. Right, now it's going to upload. Good. The uploading's alright. Do I really need that shitty asteroids game? Not really. I think MWAKS is already better than it. Although I do want it to keep reference, like, because the asteroids are tracked between players. So we might be able to use some of that stuff for our map being tracked between players. Oh, I'm not sending the... Oh, no. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not sending the rotation of the map. Right. MWAKS 2. I'll post the link again. And I'm going to connect to it twice. I should have really moved the map around before I joined with my second guy. But the bullets are working. And Mevib did spawn next to the map. Did you see how you spawned here? Which is where you're supposed to spawn. Now, the question is, column 1 is the master, right? So if I close column 1, did the map disappear? Did the map disappear when column 1 left? What happened there? I should add the link to the submission channels info in Discord. Yeah, I probably should. It's not deleting other people's bullets. Look at that. Or rather, those bullets have stayed forever. Right, now if I close AAAAA, what's going to happen? The map disappears! Did the cube used to disappear? See, I thought I set it to takeover. Yeah, the game totally explodes when we leave, when the master leaves. Right, so Unity Photon change ownership of object. In case of networked room objects, there's no owner, as the object is owned by the room. So how do I make a room object? Instantiate room object. There it is. Instantiate room object. Can I compile an executable version of MWAKS 2? Yes, but then I don't know how you'd get access to it. I don't know how you'd get access to it. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just needed to make it a room object. So if I start this now, I've created a room object, right? So this is a room object. Even if you guys join now, this will still be a room object. Right? But because it's different versions, for some reason, you have different maps? Why would that be? Which version of the map does Roar have? Oh shit, it's really easy to glitch through the map. Uh-oh. Let me in! Let me in! There we go. Yeah, when people leave, the map really freaks out. Yeah, clipping out the map is a old hat. What is going on? I think part of what's going on dare I say it, is the fact that the version online is not using room objects. So sadly, we need it to compile again. Yeah, clipping out the map is a old hat. You always used to be able to clip out the map. Might need to tweak it so that you can't. Make the wall a bit thicker. That's how we'd solve that problem. Make the wall thicker. I feel like the solution I'm going about here is not the ideal solution. This is what I get for suddenly going, you know what, having a map that you can push around is really cool. What I could do is introduce a map outside the map that lets the map be pushed around a bit, but not forever. Like some boundaries to the map being pushed, so that it can never be pushed too far out. At which point, I could just always spawn you at 0, 0. As long as you couldn't push the map far enough that 0, 0 was outside the map. How do you clip out? Just run into the wall. It'll happen eventually. I also need to solve that problem of bullets not getting deleted when a player disconnects. In fact, I don't even think it's when a player disconnects. And for that, what's the best way to do that? Make the death timeout be on the bullet view. Could work. Not ideal. So what's happening is the player controller is killing the bullet. No, the bullet controller is killing the bullet. But that killing of the bullet is not getting sent to the other guy. Is there a photon network destroy? Yes. There we go. That should fix that. So don't just destroy the view. Tell the photon network to destroy it, which should tell all the other clients to destroy it as well. And that'll be pretty sweet. And I think this new version might fix the map issue to an extent. It might not, but it might. Yeah, lagging your connection works for clipping out. Hey, Exploiter, we're using keyboard or controller? Were you using keyboard like a rube or controller like a pro? How do you lag yourself? Put your phone underwater. Collision is not server side. Collision is client side. Now, I'm not convinced this will work. I also need to figure out when the player leaves, suddenly nobody can move anymore. But worry about that later. Look, did you not publish? When you publish, you're supposed to open a window for me. Where's my window? Aha! Aha! Right. Theoretically, as long as everyone leaves and then rejoins, it might work. I don't know if it will work, but it might. It looks like it worked. Maybe, maybe. Question is, what happens when the guy on the left leaves? I still lose my controls. Why? Why do I lose my controls? But it looks like the map's working. The fact I lose my controls implies that it's getting very confused in here. Because we shouldn't be losing our controls, right? That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight, losing my controls. But why? Did I really rickroll you and me Vib yesterday? Sort of, not really. It was a pseudo rickroll. Why do we lose controls? What if I connect here? Maybe it'll give me some more intel. Oh, right. Stop. Refresh. I need to do this on 2 separate screens. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Right. Now, we have A and B. You'll see that his bullets are never getting deleted, but that's because I haven't uploaded the version that fixes that. Now, if I close B, no, A, if I close A, B freaks out because, oh, I think my pizza's here. Okay, I am back, and I have my pizza and my chicken. And the delivery guy was like, there's another guy who lives here who orders food, and he's getting pretty fat. Very odd thing for a delivery guy to say. But there's no denying he said it. So it's breaking because it's the master client. So it's trying to get the map, but it doesn't have the map. Right, that's easy enough to fix. We'll just take this out. Where's Coco? I don't know, man. If this dot map equals null, get the map. Right? So now, if I do the same thing, A, then I log in as B here, then I close A, line 55. So it's failing to get, okay, and then return. It's failing to get the map. It's failing to get the map. I'm gonna eat some chicken, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and I'm gonna ponder this in the meantime. Also, Mevib, on your phone, were you able to shoot? I'm not sure if you're still around, but if you are, were you able to shoot using your phone? That's a good call. Being able to just remove hat should be easy enough. Just make an empty hat. I think I might have solved the problem, by the way, whilst eating my chicken. We'll see. Chicken saves the day, as always. But I think I have solved it. We'll see. Let's see. So join as A. Push the map down a bit. Then join here. This isn't going to work. Have to publish the new version. That's okay, though. Let's publish the new version. It fixes the bullets as well, so it's worth it. And whilst it's doing that, I'm going to finish off my chicken. But yeah, we will make it so you can remove any hat. So you're not wearing a hat. Shouldn't be too hard. It's possible that now everything is working. Potentially. Maybe. The bullets should be fixed. The room should be fixed. The spawning should be fixed. And they were the three things we were trying to fix. You'll still be able to clip through walls, but that's not a big deal. Then we can turn spawn points into actual little spawn points. Make them into room objects. And that should be pretty nice. We could make spawn point per player so that you try and like defend your spawn point. Oh, and that could be how you die. It's not if you die, it's if your spawn point dies. If your spawn point dies, you get kicked out the map. Not necessarily kicked out, but that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? A spawn point that has physics that you can push around. It can take a certain amount of hits. You've got to kill everyone else's spawn points while keeping yours alive. so crazy, it just might work. Once this publishes, we'll check that the map thing's working. Then we need to add the ability for bullets to actually do something, which should be okay. Then we probably want to add shields. And then we should mostly be back where we were with MWAKS 1. We'll need to limit how often you can fire. Probably use the MWAKS 1 system for that, where you have battery. So you can spam all your bullets if you want, but you're not going to be able to shoot again for a while. You'll overheat. That was quite a good system. And then shields. Now last time, shields and bullets used the same ammo. I'm not sure if that should be the case. It was quite nice, because it meant that if you let your shield take too many hits, you couldn't fire for a while, because your battery overheated. So we could do that. We know it worked for MWAKS, and we know MWAKS was fun. So I think we go with it. But then if we do add melee weapons, we could make it so that you can attack with melee. Even if you're out of power. That'd make melee have a use. We'd have to make it so shields can absorb the melee hits. And have some sort of a cooldown on melee attacking. But it could be pretty nice. Right. Will this work? MWAKS 2, Electric Boogaloo. Right. Now, if I close B, hopefully A doesn't freak out. Shit. Scheiße. That means we're still getting that goddamn issue. There is no God. A. B. The world is syncing up, which is a very important thing. Now, if I close A, B is still getting object reference not set. Can I see somewhere? I should be able to see. The event thingies, right? So it's failing on 53 again. So it's failing to get the photon view for the map ID. Which is kind of whack if you think about it. Because it should be getting set. Let's check that it's getting set. Because this should be able to load it. Let's verify that that's true, which it should be. A. B. Close A. So look, it's failing to get the scene ID of the square. View ID is 1, and it's mine. Maybe it just needed to be that. It probably just needed to be that. Scheiße! I don't want to publish again. Ugh. Still, that should be the problem. I was using scene ID instead of view ID. That means now it should pass it across correctly. That means it should correctly inform the new master that they are in charge and they need to update the position of the map. And that should allow new people to spawn inside the bounds of the map. Now, all this effort just to make it so that the map can be pushed around is a bit much. I'll be the first to admit it's a bit much. But I am learning things. So it's arguably valuable. Hey, comrade guy, how's the game making going? It's very hit and miss. But right now, I think we're on a hit, not a miss. We have a game, we can move around, we can shoot. We have a map. The map is synced between players and can be pushed around. And if that sounds weird, it's because it is weird. But it's quite enjoyable. Basically, the map is a physics object. So if you bump into it, you can push it around. Which adds a whole new level of strategy to navigating the map. We have controller support. We have... what else have we added? That's about all we've added, but that's quite a lot. That's quite a laundry list of added stuff compared to yesterday, when it was just moving around on a grid. Coming along swimmingly. Just need to wait for this to compile. I think I've just fixed the last issue that we had. And then we can move on to making the bullets do something. Currently you can shoot bullets, but they don't actually kill anyone. So we need to make it so bullets can kill. Shouldn't be too hard. Then we can add our shields. Maybe our power-ups. Then we'll live in the dream. The dream! As part of doing shooting, we need to add our UI so that we can see how much power we've got. That'll be alright though. Not too worried about that. It's just sad that it takes so long to compile. And when you realise that you made one little typo and you have to recompile, it's a bit of a shame. It's a wee bit of a shame. Also, eating all that chicken has made me feel super lazy. Super lazy. It's fine though. Got about 2 minutes left on compression. And the next upload we do, I will make it so we can remove the hat. Because that's going to be super easy. It's just going to involve making an empty PNG. Right, it should almost be done compressing. Wait. And if it doesn't work this time, all hope is lost. But it should. A. MWAKS 2. Right. Let's load up 2 instances. A. B. A timed out. That's the thing, that's something else I need to fix. If you lose focus. Although A timing out actually serves my purposes quite well. Looks like I fixed the issue. C. Then I close B. And it should all still keep working. Then I bring in D, who should spawn like here-ish. It's working. It's actually working. All the issues that we've come across are now resolved. We can drag the map around. The master can leave. They get replaced by a new master, who continues to update the spawn point. Where is he? There he is. Perfection guaranteed. The bullets are hopefully deleting themselves. Although there is a potential issue. Like if I do this, and then I... Oh no, it does delete them. Nice. Everything's fine. Oh, Brian joins now that it's all working. I see how it is, Brian. I see how it is. It should all be working fine. Don't know if we can glitch our way out. Maybe if we both do it. Maybe if... Hey, Brian. You try and glitch out in that corner, and I'll go to the opposite corner. And we'll see if either of us can get out. Trying to glitch out. I don't think Brian's trying to do the opposite corner. It's classic Brian. Pretty happy with this, though. Brian is. Right, nice. So if I go back to the other corner... Go, go, go! We've got tug of war going on. The perfect crime? We will make it so you can't shoot through walls. That'll come by default. Once we make bullets actually do something. Right now we just wanted to get bullets moving. We haven't given them any behavior, except move and despawn. But we will make it so they can't go through walls. Which should be easy enough, considering... Well, just considering. That's pretty cool, though. Pablo? Who's Pablo? Who are you, Pablo? Pablo Escobar. Drug kingpin. Oh, what? How did you glitch out? Oh. How did you glitch out? I wanted to glitch out. Maybe your computer's just worse than mine. Or your internet connection. The worse your latency. What? Did you two just switch positions? I want to get out. I'm the only one who hasn't managed to get out. My computer plus internet combo is too strong. Or it's because I'm the master. Maybe it's because I'm the master. It's probably because I'm the master. Right. What do we do now? Make it so bullets can't go through walls? Should be easy enough. For that, we need bullets to have circle colliders. That's a bit of a big circle collider. Add a point system. Once we can kill stuff. Oh my god, did Coco not follow the template for this bullet? Coco! That's fine. It's fine. I don't hold a grudge. Right. Is trigger. You do aim with the right thumbstick. I'm insulted that you think that you don't already aim with the right thumbstick. They are the current controls. You don't shoot with RB, but I want to change it to that as well. But you do aim with the right thumbstick. Right, so that has... Let's see what that does. You leave your cursor on the game window, it doesn't aim. I'm going to say that your mistake... Hello? Audio did cut off. Yeah, no, it was my end. It was totally my end. When I picked up my controller, which, for the record, is working. I would just like to clarify, my controller is working with the mouse on the screen. One thing I will say is I'm surprised the main criticism isn't that the y-axis is inverted. Because the y-axis totally is inverted. But apart from that, it works fine. Who's pushing that wall? Patino. It's classic Patino. That is one of your concerns. Yeah, I thought it might be. Right, let's do some quality of life stuff then. Thing number 1. Uninvert the controls. Thing is, the controls are correct for moving, so why aren't they for aiming? Like horizontal aim, vertical aim are set up the same. What have we done in the past hour? I've eaten some chicken. We fixed all the issues with the map. Sort it. Done. That'll fix that. Right. Yeah, we fixed all the issues with map, and we fixed the thing where when the master leaves, you can't move anymore. That's literally all we've done in the past hour, but it's quite a lot. Right. We do want to shoot with RB. So, Unity input controller RB. Shoulder buttons. Because if we look, right, if we look at input, and we look at input for fire 1, which is what we care about. You'll see it's joystick button 0, which does not help us. Joystick button 0 does not help us. We need to know which button is RB. Unity input controller joystick button 0. Complete guide. Is it actually a complete guide? Because if it was a complete guide, it would tell me what the mappings are for a keyboard, right? But it's just being very weird. I just want to know which button is the shoulder. What happens if I just press right, if I just put right shoulder in? I feel like it's not going to work. I really feel like it's not going to work. Surprise, surprise, it doesn't work. I like how you've renamed yourself to Kim Jong-vid. Very good. What the hell? What the hell? Pablo was your friend you've invited to play. They must think it's well weird. Look, there has to be. Let's brute force it. Let's brute force it. I'm not happy about brute forcing it, but I will. Joystick button 6. No, that's fine. Just delete it. That's fine. Joystick button 6. Brute force. What is joystick button 6? The select button. Okay. Let's keep going. What is joystick button 9? I'm gonna get there in the end. There is no joystick button 9. Maybe there is. Maybe I did it in the wrong place. You'd think it'd be easy to just find some documentation that says these are what the joypad buttons are. Right? You would think that'd be easy. Why are they Also, why is this never updating to 9? 9. 999. Close. 9. I swear, some things they make so awkward. Nine is clicking the right stick. Okay. What is 10? MWAKS 2 for Nintendo Switch. Yeah, totally. Joystick 10 does not exist. Which begs the question, how the crap? Unity, Input Manager, Shoulder. It can't be that hard. It just can't be that hard. Oh, look, mobile device input. It really can't be that difficult. Left shoulder, right shoulder. That should be it, right? Why does it keep... I swear I'm losing my mind. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? On the right shoulder. So it looks like I don't know. I just don't know anymore. I've lost all hope. This should be really easy. Joystick button 7. Are you correct, Hardwired Studios? Is Hardwire Studios correct? If so, props to Hardwire Studios. Now, I know this said R2. Hardwire Studios. I don't appreciate you saying it was 7. Ooh. We need some sort of a background so that you can tell that the floor's moving. This really should be the easiest thing known to man, right? Who's that fool guy? I'm assuming it's you, Mevib. I'm assuming it's you. Now, I'll grant you I might be wrong on that. But I've been through all the buttons. Why do they not just have a list of, by the way, these are the buttons? Why? Why? Why make my life harder? Why make my life harder? And you would think somebody online would have been like, this is really naff. It'd be nice if someone provided them, right? So hang on, 1, 2, 3, no. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then you got the other two. Because we know 10 does nothing. I guess we don't know that 10 does nothing. But I highly suspect that 10 does nothing. Yeah, 10 does nothing. Maybe fool isn't Mevib. I've given up on life. That was weird. What's joystick button for? Dies of ear rape. Oh yeah, that was brutal, man. I've got no idea what caused that. It was definitely on my end, though. Got no idea what caused it. Aha! I have left button. I have left shoulder button. I have left shoulder button. I don't know what happened, man. Something happened. I'm not sure what. I'm really not sure what. Right, I have a left shoulder button. So, logically speaking, as a scientist, I think it's safe to say that button 5 is going to be the right shoulder button. If 4 is left, 5 is right. Right? Yes. Finally! Oh my god, that took way too long. I think that took like half an hour. I think that actually took like half an hour. Right. I don't know who this fool guy is. They seem to be having fun though, so it's fine. So, that's 2 problems solved. Next problem to be solved. Make the bullets have collision. We're finally there. They have a trigger. I'm going to see how MWAKS did it. MWAKS did it pretty well. How did MWAKS do it? MWAKS said, if you touch the wall, kill it. Tag. Oh, I haven't created tags yet. It could be Raw's friend. It could be. They're having fun, whoever they are. Right, so Square should really get renamed to map. The map needs a script. And in the map script, we can do that. Ouch, someone shot me. Let's see if that triggers. It should trigger when anything touches it. Currently. Hey, where's the map? Oh, of course. Map. But I don't have the local prefab anymore for the map, so it's not going to show me the map. God damn it. I need full to log out. Fool! Okay. I guess I don't strictly need full to log out. I'll just make a new room for local testing, just for this. Just until I have an updated version online. We should be seeing an event, right? We should be seeing an event. Is there something special about... Yeah, no, there isn't. Look. What if... I purchase Krusty Burger and disguise it as my own cooking? So it is a collider. It will connect. Mm-hmm. 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 And the bullet... I guess the bullet doesn't have a rigid body. But I thought the bullet didn't need a rigid body. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Delightfully devilish, Seymour. Yeah. But then it should be colliding with me anyway. But it's just not triggering the onCollide function. Why isn't it triggering onCollide? The obvious reason is that it's literally just a private void. Which means I wouldn't expect it to work. I really wouldn't expect it to work. But then that does beg the question how it used to work. Right? No, don't open Visual Studio 2015. I need to uninstall Visual Studio 2015. And again, it seems pretty happy. Hey, we probably want to do one of these at some point. This is quite nice. How was that bullet getting destroyed by that wall? How? There's no world in which it should be doing. If only I could load MWAKS 1. If only. The map has a rigid body. The map has a collider. Why? Oh, why? There's literally no way this would ever get called. There's literally no way. Which makes me think that I'm missing some sort of setup. Right. I do that. See, there's nothing. We should be able to subscribe to it. You know what? Let's just Google it. Sod it. Unity rigid body. No. Collider event. Do 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 do. On-collision event is called when this collider / rigid body has begun touching another rigid body / collider. Yeah. So I guess that really should have worked. But it's on trigger enter we care about. When a game object collides with another game object, Unity calls on trigger enter. Both game objects must contain a collider component. One must have is trigger enabled. If both objects have is trigger enabled, no collision happens. Exactly. Exactly. So, this has a collider and isn't a trigger, but the bullet has a collider and is a trigger. Which means, on trigger enter, I'm no scientist. But based on what that webpage just told me, it should enter this. right? That's literally what I'm doing. Sent when another object enters a trigger collider attached to this object. Interesting. See, that says that is different. So if the wall was a trigger, that would work. Which means I just move that function to the bullet. Maybe that'll work, based on what that documentation was saying. The bullet should now start triggering that. Not gonna lie though, kind of looks like it isn't. Why can't it just tell me the truth? A bullet is a trigger. Sent when another object enters a trigger collider attached to this object. So, when the wall goes into the collider on the bullet, it should trigger on trigger enter 2D. Maybe because the map's a picture. No, because we deal with that because the map, whilst it is a picture, it has a polygon collider. So you can see here, you see the green. The green is the collision stuff. And we know that works because we can push the map around. There's just something stopping the bullet from triggering itself. But according to this documentation, it should work. It should doubly work because look, both game objects report the collision. An object B is a trigger On trigger enter 2D. I'm literally doing exactly what it says to do. Not only that, but I'm doing exactly what we did in MWAKS 1. And it worked in MWAKS 1. So what the crap is stopping it from working this time? What am I missing? You know it's going to be something simple. Oh, look. Ouch, someone shot me. Why is it working now? Why is it working now? I literally didn't change anything. Why does that say bullet shield? Where? In here? Because that was saying... You know when you could... the bullet shield was, your shield, and you could fire your shield as like a giant bullet. Remember that? Remember when you could fire your shield? That's what the bullet shield was. Okay, so it's working. You killed me with it a bunch. Maybe you did. I can't remember. It's possible you did. I won't entirely discredit the idea that you may have killed me. So does it work if I put it there? Because it should. It's not in MWAKS 2. I was looking at the MWAKS 1 code. Yeah, so it does work if I put it in the wall. So I didn't change anything there. Weird. Okay, so now I just need to... First that needs to be... photon network.destroy. Oh right, yeah, that can go. That was just because I copy and pasted it. Although, I'm going to keep it. Because we probably will add bullet shield again. It was a pretty good mechanic. So now I just need to tag the bullet. Can't remember how you do tags. I guess I can remember how you do tags. Now I tag that as bullet, and theoretically, Bullets should no longer go through walls. Indeed they don't. I mean, it has created a bunch of errors, but they're expected errors, so it's fine. We should add sentries. Yeah, maybe. That'd be cool. That would be cool. Right. Other... You're going to be a game entity. And you're going to be a game controller. And you're going to dead bullet. And the data is other dot game object. Then the map is just saying someone shot me, someone else deal with it. And then the bullet controller Hey, Coco. We've got quite a lot done. If event name equals dead bullet and data 0 equals this dot view, dot game object, this is super hacky, but basically the map is going to send the game object through of the bullet. The bullet controller is going to go, is that my bullet? We got map, we got bullets, we got multiplayer, we're doing collisions now. Yeah! Right, then it's going to go, is that my bullet? And if it is, then it's going to do this. It's going to go, that is my bullet. I should delete myself and the bullet. Nice. And now we don't get the errors anymore. MWAKS 0.75? Are you forgetting the movable map? Right, and now, while we're here, let's make it so we can kill each other. We basically want to steal this, put it in the player view. 0.1.15. Totally. Dead player. And if photon network photon view owner is local. If it's not local, just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Otherwise, send out a notification saying that someone has died. And then the player controller crud. Scheiße. Big Scheiße. Fine. We'll do it the more sensible way. This dot controller dot kill me. Now to kill ourselves, currently, we're not actually going to kill ourselves, because that's a bit much. All we're going to do is get the spawn point, and we're just going to move ourselves to the spawn point. Which counts as a death, kind of. And that should be fine. This dot view dot controller equals this. Right. Now we should be able to sort of kill ourselves. Not kill ourselves, but kill other people. This is totally going to kill ourselves. This is going to kill ourselves. Yep. We die as soon as we shoot because we get shot by our own bullet. Which is fine. We also want this to, as well as killing ourselves, we do actually want it to fire out this message. so that it kills the bullet as well. Then we need to make sure that the bullet is not our bullet, right? We shouldn't be shot by our own bullets. I think that's fair to say. I think it's fair to say we shouldn't be able to be killed by our own bullets. Although, I think in MWAKS 1 you could be killed by your own bullet. Get component bullet user ID. Right, okay, cool. So we just need to do something similar. Except we'll do it a bit easier. Var bullet equals other game object get component bullet view. If bullet photon view owner, oh look, am owner. If I'm the owner of this bullet, don't worry about it. If I'm the owner of the bullet, don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. It'll be fine. If I'm not the owner, then I get killed by it. Why am I still getting killed by my bullet? Why am I still getting killed by the bullet? Let's try that. Why are we still getting killed by our own bullets? You should totally get kids by your own bullet. If you shoot yourself in the head, it doesn't phase through. I do see your point, Meebib. I do see your point. Except that we're not doing that. I'll be back in a sec. Right, time to justify why we're not letting ourselves get hit by our own bullet. Reason number one, our bullets are going to be faster than we are, so it's going to be impossible to be hit by our own bullets. Reason number two, when we shoot, we need to set the bullet's position to be where we are. Which means the bullet spawns on top of us. Which means, by default, when we fire, we are shot by our own bullet. So, combine those two reasons together, and there is both no reason to be shootable by your own bullet, and also no nice way of making us be able to be shot by our own bullet, and still being able to shoot the bullet. Bring back the AFK image when I AFK for a while. You mean this image? The high quality back soon image? What I don't get is why that's not saying the bullet is local, which I assume is what's happening. In fact, we know that's what's happening. We're getting the other collider, which is the bullet's collider. Right? Then we're saying, oh look, the bullet has a photon view. We're saying, give me that bullet's bullet view. Then we're saying, give me that bullet's photon view. Now I could probably miss a step there, but the point is, we're getting the photon view, then we're saying, who owns this bullet? Is it me? If it's not... Oh, I said if it's not me. Okay. If it is me firing the bullet, do nothing. Human error. I was saying only let yourself get shot by your own bullets. That's the opposite of what we want. Except Mevid. Mevid would probably be like, yeah, we should totally make it so you can only get shot by your own bullets. Way. So, if I upload this new version, it's going to be chaos. But we should... MWAKS. Multiplayer Walking and Suicide Simulator. That's good. We should now be able to shoot each other. We don't have any scoring in place. But we will do. All in good time. And this is going to be good motivation for... Oh, I didn't change the room back. I mean, all that means is you're going to have to refresh the game. Which you have to do anyway, so... Not the end of the world. Let's clean up some of these windows. No, let's keep them. They're not hurting anyone. Oh, I didn't put my no hat in. I was going to put the no hat option in. No hat, no cry. No hat, no cry. I also want to add glasses as an option. Even if it's just for Patino's deal with it glasses. Because they were pretty good. Patino glasses. No hat is great. Yeah, no hat is just an empty PNG, so it's really easy to add. Hey, Ultra. Long time no see. How about just adding your skin? I could add it as a body. Just a body. It does break the rules. It doesn't fit the template. But I'll add it anyway because it looks really cool. I'll even add the version with the bandana. Some may call that favoritism. But I think we can all agree that Brian's face is pretty good and deserves to be in there. Yes, it was Ultra. We're remaking MWAKS, but better. MWAKS, but better. Does that mean Pesty is cool? No. Because Pesty doesn't fit the size. One thing I'll say about Brian's, compared to yours, is Brian's at least fits the circle template. It's got a bandana that goes over the circle, but that's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but I'm willing to allow it. Because it's very clear on Brian's where the hitbox ends, right? It's very clear where the hitbox ends. Because it has the circle of the template, and that is where the hitbox ends. Whereas yours is just a giant egg that doesn't match the hitbox. And that's the whole point of the template. To make sure things match the hitbox. A bandana's pretty sick. Oh yeah, it looks well cool. It's got the deal with it glasses. It's got a bandana. I think I've uploaded the version that doesn't have the joint in its mouth, which is a bit of a shame. Hmm. What are we talking about? We're talking about... Is there a problem with your eggs? No, I wasn't talking about your eggs. Your eggs are okay. They fit the template. I was talking about Mevib's giant one that is still egg-shaped. I fixed it last stream. It's now a slightly bigger circle. That's true. That's true. I did, didn't I? Right. It's uploaded. As you see, every known member homie has moderator here. Correct. In fact, Eltra should have mod. I think she must have made a new account. I think Eltra must have made a new account. Right. MWAKS 2. You have. Well, it's only one moderated account per person, I'm afraid. But I'm sure you don't care. And I'm sure Mevib has like 7. But I never said I stick to the rules. I just make them. Right. Look, this fool guy is not going to beat me at MWAKS. Not sure why some bullets are hanging around in midair. There's something weird going on. There's definitely something weird going on. I feel like it's not entirely working. Fool's been practicing for hours. Well, that's true. Is death not working? I feel like we're not all using the same map, right? See, why hasn't that killed me? We should be dying. Hang on. I'm gonna spawn in from my local machine. I mean, I know it's all on my local machine, but you know what I mean. Aha! Look at all these missing references. Look at all these missing references. Um. Why are we not getting killed by the bullets? That's the real question. Why aren't we getting killed by the bullets? And why are our bullets not getting destroyed by the map? Our bullets definitely should be getting destroyed by the map. Because we tested that locally. And we know it works. Because we tested it locally. So why is it suddenly not working anymore? Why is it suddenly not working anymore? It's the eternal question of life, isn't it? And why are some bullets hanging around? This is the problem with adding new features. They just don't work. The map has a rigid body. We know that because it's getting pushed around. The bullets should be getting destroyed when they hit the map. Da, 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 da. Question. I'm gonna make my own room again. Makes it easier for me to test these things. See, look, they work locally, but I think that's because we're the master. I think that's because we're the master. I think if we weren't the master... So if I do build and run... Invalid build path? Oh, Fool is definitely in the stream, definitely. There's a fool among us, yeah. Very good. Right, I'm going to build this locally and run it locally. I need to see what happens when we've got 2 people in the server. But using the version that I've published, I can't be doing these tests with Fool running around. It's not viable. So instead, I'll just do this. Not that I blame Fool for running around. I mean, the game is pretty good. What's interesting... Look, collision works. Is that because I'm the only one in here? It could be because I'm the only one in here. Fool's back. And now collision doesn't work. Isn't that weird? So collision stops working when a second person enters. Not gonna lie, I didn't expect that to be what happened. Did not expect that. Why would that be the case? So this code works, and then as soon as Fool enters the game, this code stops working. Why? It doesn't reference the master, no, that's what's so confusing about it. The only thing I can think is that it references the controller, and yeah, it references the controller. That's the only thing I can think of. Because when someone else shoots a bullet, like say you've got person A and person B, say you've got me and Fool, right? When I fire a bullet, it creates a bullet controller on my end to control the bullet. But when Fool fires a bullet, it doesn't create a bullet controller on my end, because I'm just seeing his bullet. I'm not controlling it. So this might need to say only do this if it's my bullet. Because everyone else should be dealing with their own bullets. So I think I just need something in here to say, is this my bullet? Which is what we do in the player. I mean, player collisions aren't working, but that's an entirely separate issue. So that might help that problem. Except that needs to be a not. Didn't full get me a couple of times at the very start? Possibly. Possibly. Which is why I think there's something weird going on. Yeah, it's the fact that there's two people in there that's screwing it up. The question is what's causing it, which is what this new build is going to do. It's a local build, so I can run it locally. Without Fool being able to join in, I think. Well, I think Fool might be able to join in. We'll see. Really, I just need Fool to agree to not go to the goddamn webpage for a sec. But that's not going to happen. Right. So now we have me in there as the master. Now I go in there in here as well. And we see what happens. In a controlled environment. So I can kill him, right? And I can kill him. So it's working. But then it's... Oh, it timed me out. So it's working. Now, granted, I have put that fix it. No, the fix wasn't in for this build. Look, we can see it working. Maybe Fool is hacking. Maybe. Maybe. We can see it working. Oh, I can publish that build that I did that we've just seen is working. We know this build works because we've just seen it work. We've just seen it work. working fine. How is full in? I haven't even published it yet. But it's working for full now. Okay. And then it stopped working. So it works for a sec and then it stops working. But if I do it locally, it doesn't stop working. I think full must be running like an ancient version. And it's freaking the system out. What if I just ignore full, because he can't do anything? What if I ignore full? And I load up 2 copies myself? I don't think full is running the most... the most recent version. Because I hadn't even published that version and full was in there. Oh, I lost focus. That's another issue I need to fix. If you Alt-Tab, you just vanish from the face of the earth. It looks like Fool is managing to kill us, right? You see there? There's something very funky going on. Look, my bullets are destroying. But after a while, I'm pretty sure they'll stop getting destroyed. See? See that? My bullets were getting blocked, but now they're not. My bullets are getting blocked, and now they're not. And it's because of these errors. Bullet controller, line 17. Destroy myself. No, but... It's when I get shot by a bullet, it all breaks down. When I get shot by a bullet, it all breaks down. Because... I don't know why. I actually don't know why. It's complaining about line 17. And line 17 is trying to get the network to destroy a bullet. Line 17 is this one. So we're telling the network to destroy our bullet, right? Destroy our bullet. And then it's saying, but it's already been destroyed. It's saying it's already been destroyed. Now, why would that be the case? Because when it hits a dude, right? It says, send out that notification that a bullet has died. Which brings it here. Which sets time to live to be minus 100. And then the next time it updates, it says, oh, I'm less than 0. I'm going to destroy the object. So why is it doing it twice? Possibly because this dot view equals null, and this dot view does not equal null. Right, so I think it's never doing this. Or it's not doing this in time. I think that's what's happening. So maybe, just maybe, that'll fix it. That would explain a lot of what's going on. Where's Fool when you need him? I think... Oh, there's Fool. So maybe it's working now. No, I'm still getting the error. Look. And then as soon as we start getting the error... It all falls apart. Oh! Thank you, fool. Yeah. I sort of understand. I sort of understand. Firstly, we want this to happen regardless. So, when a bullet hits a person, we always care about what happens, right? We always care about what happens. We get the bullet view. Now, if you are the local owner of the bullet, you're destroying the bullet. If you're not the local owner of the bullet, you're dying. Have I just made it so that we can kill ourselves again? What's that error? Line 45 in player view. Oh, of course. If Is that it? If you own the bullet, kill the bullet. But only kill the bullet. This is getting a bit convoluted. Only kill the bullet. Right. What this is saying is, if this is my bullet, if this is me, I don't want to get shot by my own bullet. If this is not me, kill my bullet. If this is not my bullet, and it's not me, then I don't have to do anything, right? It's not my problem. It's not my bullet. It hasn't hit me. I don't care. Right? If this is not my bullet and it's hit me, kill me. I think, as convoluted as that code may be, I think that's what we need. As for the wall, when a bullet hits the wall, if this is not my bullet, I don't care. If it is my bullet, kill my bullet. Theoretically, maybe possibly, that is all legitimate. I guess we'll see. It should be legit. How is the fool still running around in here? I swear, fool is an addict. You know, fool's a bot, maybe. You know what'd be cool? You know how the entire arena moving around is pretty cool. There's no denying that. It's pretty cool. But what if it was parts of the arena that moved around? Do you know how much hassle that would save me? We can make it be parts of the arena that move around instead. Do you not think that would be pretty great? It does need a background. It definitely needs a background. You can't even tell that the arena's moving at the moment. Then people can make forts. Yeah, totally. Well, this all started earlier. I don't think you were here for it, Coco. We made a physical square that you could push around. And it was pretty cool. So then someone, I think it was me, had the genius idea. What if we make it so you can push the map around? Being able to push the map around is pretty great. But being able to push separate parts of the map around might be even better. Maybe have it so that if you're stood next to it, you can like hold left button and then drag it with you. Think of the work. Well, yeah, that's true. You're not wrong. We're never going to know who Fool is, are we? They're an enigma. Don't make it so you can drag. Yeah, the dragging would be a ton of work. It'd be pretty good if you could, though. If whilst you were dragging stuff, you couldn't shoot. That'd balance it. Needs Patino's face before the next update. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We definitely do need Patino face before the next update. This is quite fun, even though we can't kill each other. Pretty good. Once we get shields in, this is going to be rocking. Should we make it so that when a bullet hits the arena, it pushes the arena a bit? There's literally no reason for us not to do that. That'd be pretty cool, right? Every time a bullet hits the arena wall, it nudges it a little before it dies. I think all it requires is hitting a checkbox. I know I always say that and then it becomes way more complicated. But I think it'd be true. I think it'd be pretty neat. The twist surprise is going to be I was Fool all along, playing with my feet on my second monitor. And that's just how good I am at the game. Great, now we've got 2 fools. Meme it up, guys. Fool is now going to live on as a legend within MWAKS. Sadly. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dee 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 dee. What did I do? Hey, I think it might be working, you know? Apart from those dead bullets kicking around. Is it working? It's working! I knew just thinking about the code a little would help. Also, whoever tipped off Fool, I'm not amused. However, as it's working, I think it's okay. Also, this is the new meta. Have 2 players. Do 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 do. Granted, you 2 players can kill each other. Coco says I was Fool. No, you weren't, Coco. Don't kid yourself. Sorry to say, Coco, but you weren't Fool. Okay, I need to close one of these. I keep killing myself. Time to teach Fool a lesson. Look, Fool, I've been playing MWAKS for years. Years! The bullets that stick around are like minefields. If you walk onto them, you actually die. Bullets do not ricochet. Why has it stopped working? Look, it was working totally fine. Now it's suddenly not working. What happened? It was all working fine. Was it because I left? It all stopped working fine when I left, right? I mean, it's still mostly working. The only thing that isn't working is the walls. And I'm going to be honest, I kind of expected the walls to break down. So that's not the end of the world. I will say this. The bullets are a lot less responsive than they used to be in MWAKS. By that I mean they will kill people, but you can't really tell that they've killed them for a few seconds. In MWAKS it was instantaneous. We are getting there though. Also, Brian's skin is in the game. It doesn't have the doobie, but that's okay. Fool, you can't beat me, man. What's the difference between the earlier, more responsive version and this one? In original MWAKS, I handled the collisions a lot differently. So I might revert back to the original MWAKS way of doing things. Although maybe I'm just seeing MWAKS with like Maybe MWAKS 1 was always this unresponsive with deaths. I feel like maybe it was. Now that I think about it. Legacy code for the win, build up that technical debt. Oh, there's so much technical debt at the moment. There's so much. But I think I know why walls are broken. For the bullets. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. When did Fool even last manage to kill me? It's been a while. God damn it. I swear, walking into these little minefields is the main way of dying. Does maybe think that mines are quite a good thing to add. Although they are incredibly annoying and unsatisfying when you die to them. But maybe that's just because they're not a feature. Dee 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 dee. Ah, Fool got outside. My internet's too good for me to get outside. The mine should be consumed when you trigger it, correct. That's what makes these mines so overpowered. They're not real mines, they're just bullets that have decided they're not going to move anymore. Which is not cool. Fool's on the run, I don't see Fool trying to kill me anymore. Poor naive Fool. Thought he could beat the master? That's like thinking you could beat Nick at X Anima. It's just not possible. We need to add that little aiming stick. Remember we had the aiming stick in MWAKS 1, so that when you were using a controller you got a little thing showing you where the bullets were going to go. Remember that? I remember that. Exploiter. I feel like you know who Fool is. Your grenade launcher launches grenades that become mines, and ta-da, it's a feature. Yeah, totally. Totally. Exploiter is the only person here who I believe knows who Fool is. Time to up my game. Duh. Uh-oh. Right. Very nice. Why don't walls work? Let's run it locally. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that Fool is still going to be there. Walls are working. Walls are working. Walls are not working. Nice. Bullet controller, line 23. It's trying to we're hitting a race condition. James says, if you made the perimeter wall 5 black units deep, could you trap slower internet folks in there with no way to exit the wall? No. It'd kick them out. It'd stop you being able to clip through. But it'd kick them out. Like it's not just a thin barrier. If you do a big wall. It's not a thin physics barrier with a hollow inside. It's solid. So it wouldn't quite do that. But the reason we can clip through at the moment is because the solid barrier is pretty thin. Like you can't clip into the middle of the big arena, right? You can't clip into there. It's just not possible. You know, a good question is, I haven't fired in a while. Why do I still have bullet controllers? These are where the problems are coming from. I haven't fired in a while, but I do still have 2 bullet controllers. Even though I, by all accounts, shouldn't have. And now I have 3. Garbage collection is lazy. It is. There is a destroy immediate. I don't know if Photon Network has destroy immediate. No. The way Unity works is you just say destroy, and then it nukes everything within that child tree. Can I do the pull myself through thing from Unity? Yes. I've got some sort of erase condition going on, is what's happening. It's not doing this line, right? I think what it's doing... I don't know what it's doing. I don't know what it's doing. But it's a race condition in this section. For sure. I don't know enough about destroy. Destroy waits until after the current update. Yeah, right? So that's why I set it to null. So it should tell it to destroy, and then later it'll get destroyed. But I'm setting it to null, and then even if it gets to another update before it's done this, it'll... We're not talking about wall clipping, me, Vib. We're not talking about wall clipping, I hate to say. I'm running... I don't know, actually. It's a good question. Where do I see my system? It should tell me in here, right? Somewhere. Oh, people have wanted to know my specs. There you go. Windows 10 Pro. That's a lie. That's not when I installed Windows. Come on, Windows. I didn't only get my computer like a year ago. 2 years ago. Year and a half ago. I got it like 4 years ago. What's my IP? It's a good question. So this race condition. Because it's complaining, right? Saying bullet view's been destroyed, but I'm still trying to access it. Now, the only reason I'd still be trying to access it on 23... Well, no, fair play. I absolutely would still be trying to access it. But by that point, it should have been destroyed. I can put code in the on destroy of the bullet if that helps. No, I don't think it does. Go download Microsoft's sysinternals suite, stick it in C blah blah blah, add that to the path, use debug printline and debug view.exe to do runtime logging, no breakpoints then. But I have runtime logging. Look. This is runtime logging. This logs at runtime. See? See, look, it works. And then it stops working at some point. I wish I knew what the trigger was that stops it working. That's okay, James. I appreciate the intent of your suggestion. It's just not strictly required. Yeah, Fool is going to log on. Guaranteed. Oh, right. Are you saying that Fool logging on is what breaks it? Yeah, maybe. It does seem to only break when Fool's around, which doesn't make sense. But it does. There's no denying that it only breaks when Fool's here. There's just no denying that fact. Which doesn't make sense. Full developed hacks for this game in 2 microseconds. Yeah, maybe. Could he be running older client code by not closing the window? I tried to avoid that by updating the room name. So that the room would only allow people in using the latest version. Well, I mean, Death's not working anymore. Which is weird. There we go. That error message is pretty interesting. It is. It is. I don't know what's causing it either. Here's something weird. Look. You see the bullets on the left-hand screen that I'm firing? I know it's quite small, but you see how they're lasting forever? You see if this guy does it? Never mind. My point's not working anymore. Look, it's broken again. It really is when full shows up. Yeah, the enumerator error, it happens at the beginning, but it only happens once. I haven't figured out why. I mean, I'm not doing anything that should cause it. But bullet view has been destroyed. Line 23. But bullet view only gets destroyed here. This is the only thing that destroys bullet view. It's the only thing that destroys bullet view. And it's complaining about this line. I mean, I guess I can have it say, if you don't have a view, then just do nothing. But that's just putting a bandage on it. Yeah, bullet view is the root object. Look. Bullet view is its own root. If condition return the classic early out. Yeah. I'm not sure what that wink's for. Are you implying that I shouldn't do that? Because it's a pretty good way of doing things. Is it when bullets hit bullets? Is it when a bullet hits a bullet? Is it when bullets hit bullets? I'm not sure how the event handling works, I'm going to be honest. When bullets hit bullets, they shouldn't kill each other. But they do kill each other. Could another object be executing against bullet view as I destroy it? Possibly. It shouldn't be possible for a bullet to kill a bullet. But I saw there us killing bullets. I saw it. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. A bullet killed a bullet. But bullets have no way of killing bullets. Bullets can either hit the map and get killed, or they can hit the player and get killed. A bullet should not be able to kill another bullet. Because they don't have an event trigger. So how did a bullet kill another bullet? I need to do some real testing to see what triggers it, because it all works fine for a while. Meev says, hypothesis, Callum is fool, like he said, and is doing it to generate viewer interest. It's definitely a mystery. Is Unity photon physics interfering? Do I need another set exchange? Possibly. But look, my bullets play ball, right? And Fool's bullets play ball. You can see Fool's bullets are working fine, right? It's all working fine. Then I kill Fool, and it's still working fine. But now it's not working. You see that? Now it's not working. Received, this is the first error we get. Received on serialization for view 2133. We have no such view. Let's add some more logging. in here. Destroying bullets, and then we can go view ID. So that tells us which bullet is getting destroyed. Is that going to get called twice? We can see it destroying the bullets. I could probably get rid of my other debug messages as well. When I add shield, make it move with a delay, like a nerf to the original shield. No. I quite liked the original shield. I quite literally can't get it to trigger without Fool being around. Let's see what this link is. Destroying the bullet over a photon network. Do not put a photon view on a bullet. Just use an RPC call to create a bullet with velocity on each client, and use your server or master client to detect if the bullet hits. I could do that. I don't like the master client, but I am consistently thinking that my way of doing things is not exactly working out. It starts happening when a bullet hits a bullet. An example had an explicit call to destroy bullet. Yeah, that's sending a message to everyone, right? Saying, destroy this bullet. That's using the RPC. What checks for bullets hitting other objects? What makes a bullet not an object? Basically, we subscribe to... So, each physics object, you can override this, right? Because this is what gets called when you enter... When two physics objects collide, each one that collided gets this message. And this gets called. Dying is client side, yeah. So the map, when it gets hit by something, it says, have I been hit by a bullet? If I have, kill the bullet. If it's my bullet. Because we don't want to kill other people's bullets. Then the player says, if I get hit by a bullet. And then there's some logic in there, which is sketchy, but it does work. So you can see that they've both got on trigger enter 2D. But the bullet does not have on trigger enter 2D. So if two bullets hit each other, nothing should happen. But I'm seeing when two bullets hit each other, something happen. I'm going to nuke some of my old debugging, it's getting in the way. Aren't bullets in your name? Yeah, but that's just for setting the sprite. That's okay. I shouldn't need to override a default, because, like, if I run into the wall, it doesn't break. You feel like if dying's client side, you might be able to exploit it to become God. Yeah, but the only alternative to that is that it's quote-unquote server side, which doesn't actually exist. Which means the master client would be in charge of dying, which is what that link that James sent suggests. But if that was the case, then whoever was the master client could become God. Right, fool, stop. Please stop, fool. Please stop. I guess bullets aren't getting destroyed. So my side is still working, but I don't think fool's side is working, right? If I kill myself, everything still works. Fool's static bullets are a real question. Okay, fool, you can go nuts again. I need to trigger it. Now I can't get the error to trigger. But I haven't changed anything. Which means it's a really hardcore race condition. Killing me doesn't trigger it. Killing fool doesn't trigger it. Now it refuses to trigger. Joystick disconnected. Now I can't get the goddamn thing to happen. But it's clearly happened on Fool's end, because his bullets are going through walls. But Fool's not running my local version, right? was about to say something crazy, like, could it have been the log messages that were breaking it? But that wouldn't make sense. But I think the only thing I've changed is getting rid of log messages, isn't it? No, it's not. There's one more thing that I changed. These floating bullets. They might be because Full's running an older version. Let's publish the new version. There's no point trying to hide that fact from Fool. It didn't work last time. Another unhelpful link. It might be helpful, Jibs. Whenever I pass over a trigger, the code files below is that the client and master are passing over the trigger. Yeah. Yeah, that's sadly not helpful. I do already deal with that. Be interesting to see. Is Fool's name Mike from Unity? I'm guessing. I'm guessing he's doing that just because he's Fool. I added that if return, yes. Which you were commenting was a good. Recognized then, because I sort of dissed my then new return. Yeah. No, I'm big fun of exiting early. Exit early as often as you can. Now, I don't think this new version is going to work. I think... but then it did work. Do you know what it possibly is? You see how literally the only thing I've added since Fool's version is this? Is it possible that by throwing an exception during the update, which is what was happening, it causes shenanigans? Because Fool was still getting the issue, right? But I wasn't getting the issue, and I couldn't replicate the issue anymore. Once I just added that. If it truly is a race, removing debugging will change execution speed and thus timings. Yeah, there is that as well. There is that as well. I'm hoping it's that previously it was coming in here. It was throwing a null ref exception here during the update, which is part of Unity's internal framework stuff. So it might have been causing various things to explode. I don't know what happens if an exception is thrown during the update. So maybe by avoiding that exception being thrown during the update, we've somehow caused something not to break. Exploiter says, like stream if you like stream. Solid advice. Right, we've got a good 3 minutes until this script finishes. Now I could make all the collisions client side. Mewib says, subscribe to Callum if you like burning orphanages. Yes. That is also good advice. James says, your code is a lot faster than handling unwinding the stack to stick in multiple exception objects. Yeah. Yeah. I think that fixes it. I believe it with all my heart. And you know what? Coding on faith is the best way to code. Oh, the return is faster than unwinding the stack. Yeah, totally. Totally. My concern is that by throwing the exception, it has thrown a giant spanner in the works, which has caused this and this to do some very weird things. But it's hard to say, really. Cargo cult programming with a smattering of waving a dead chicken. Yeah! I call it chaos coding. It's my personal coding philosophy. Unless I'm working on some sort of enterprise product. Basically, don't worry about thinking too hard. Just try things. It's a pretty good system. It does have its flaws, and the flaws are that you end up getting stuck in all this kind of shenanigan. But it's very good for learning new things. Opening your mind to the possibilities. Right. Also, I really want to fix that enumeration was modified exception. It doesn't make any sense that it's happening. Everything's working okay. I'm using any enumerators, not /link. I am, but I'm doing them in sensible ways, I think. I'm making sure that I do the good old dot to list so that I'm not actually using the original enumerator. Which is always a good way to do things. Aha, it's full. If anyone's going to break it, it's full. We have a... we have a lot of abandoned bullets. But... wait, a fool's bullet's going through walls again. Well, I mean... to be fair, I haven't published yet. Enumerator is still running while executing the dot to list method. Totally. But it's synchronous. And I'm not doing any crazy asynchronous stuff at the point where the exception's getting thrown. Okay, fool, if you're listening, please refresh the web page. By all that is holy, fool, if you are listening, please refresh and join again. Please. Please, do me that solid. Because I don't believe Fool was actually using the updated version there. I should have verified it by changing the room name, so only people with the latest version could join. Alas, I did not. So far, so good. So far, so good. We've not got any frozen bullets. We've not got any bullets clipping through walls. It's actually working. Can you believe it? I don't think I can believe it. Have I broken the curse of Fool? I think I have, you know. The curse of Fool is broken. Yeah, sadly I don't get any logging on the web page because it's not running a dev version. See, spamming is not the way to win. Precision is the key. It's all about that precision. That sweet, sweet precision. Look, I'm wrecking Fool. We don't have a scoreboard, but I'm wrecking Fool. Now that he can't shoot through walls. Now that Fool's power is gone. Well, I'll grant you, my bullets aren't killing him as often as they should. Has Fool turned on immortality? We're going to add an energy meter. MWAKS 1 had the energy meter, right? You had your battery, and you had to... Maybe bullets should kill each other, now that I think about it. MWAKS 1 had the energy meter, where you used energy by shooting or having your shield up, and then when your energy reached 0, it became overheated, and you had to wait a while before you could fire again. And then we added microtransactions, so you could buy more energy. We didn't, but there's a little bit of social commentary on mobile gaming. No errors! No errors, no cry. No errors, no cry. Man, I'm making Fool look like a fool. Trying to challenge the master? I don't think so. Now that Fool has lost his advantage. Loot boxes with batteries, and if they hit you on your head, they kill you. I like it. Did Fool leave? Did I win? Did I finally beat Fool in submission? Oh, there he is. Got my hopes up a little there. Now, murder isn't exactly happening as consistently as I'd like. That's because it's client side. But it kind of has to be client side. Well, we're all clients. That's the problem with games where you're all clients. Who decides when someone's dead? Because either way, someone's going to find it cheap, right? Like if I decide when my bullets kill someone, the other person might see it as, I totally missed that. But if they decide, then I might think, I totally hit that. It's when you don't have a server making the rules, and it's all just peer-to-peer. How do you make it so that nobody's feeling gypped? You could say, if the client and the server both agree, like if my computer and Fool's computer both say, by the way, your bullet totally hit, then you win. Then we kill Fool. But that's a sketchy way to do things as well, because you're just adding more delay. So it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. I'm indestructible. Do 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 do. Then you'll slow down the game to the ping speed of the slowest guy. Exactly. It's really a no-win situation. It's really a no-win situation, unfortunately. One thing I could do is make the bullets bigger and faster so that they're harder to dodge. That way you're more likely to both agree. They're no longer bullets, they're proximity grenades. Exactly. Exactly. Do 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 do. See, look there. Logically, that should have killed Fool. From my perspective, but from Fool's perspective, it won't have. And considering it's more brutal to die than to get a win, like to get a kill, I think it's fair that the client decides if they die. Because if you die, you lose all your score. Therefore, it's totally reasonable that the client decides whether or not they die. Whereas if you kill someone, you just get +1. So, you know, it's not a big deal. So the client wins out Cool. Right. Now there's no fixing to do. Let's add shields. 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 Why am I not responding to your messages? I was busy killing Fool. Anyway, what do you mean, why is Callum not responding to my messages? Am I obligated to respond to every message that I read? Am I? Fool the cool, totally. This doesn't give much trust in Photon, does it? Yeah, James knows what's up. I'll show you what I meant, James. If I load up the game, right? I'm not going to go into the game and fight Fool. But if I load the game, see this error? It's enumerating during the notify. No, you know what? That is fair. That totally is fair. Why don't I want to fight Fool? I guess it was an issue that I could have solved very easily. It is an inefficient solution. Fixing one error that causes no problems. Just to slow down the rest of the app. But that's okay. Modern computers are great. I don't care about optimization. I live in a post-optimization world. Let's put a lock/mutex on it. No, let's not. Wait, we don't get the error anymore. Celebrate good times. Come on. Do. I will. Nice. Now we could add shields now. Did I ever create a shield template? Fool's back. God damn it. Fool's always back. Ask him for another beating. Sorry, Fool. It's like toying with a mouse in a cage. It's quite enjoyable. Oh, I let him out. No. No, no, no. Uh-oh. Oh, I got him. That was close. Alright, good night, Exploiter. We could do shields now. Hehehe, the perfect crime. No, he glitched out. Ugh. Fine, you can move. Who's that? Patino? I'm back in the game. Maybe with 3 people in here, we'll get the bug to start. Patino. I don't appreciate that some of your bullets are sitting still. I'm just going to say that right now. I saw some of Patino's bullets standing still on the map. But to be fair, they're still going through walls, mostly. Don't hate the player. Yeah, I guess that's true. Why does Patino have 1 static bullet? Did Patino inherit Fool's powers? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, they disappeared. Interesting. Oh, it's when Patino alt-tabs out. Hey, Brian, fire a bullet and then alt-tab out. It should stop your bullet from moving. Now, I'll grant you it didn't, but it should. Yeah, look! It worked for Fool the Fool there. How do you alt-tab out? You press Alt and Tab. I bet you're on a Mac, aren't you? If that's true, I don't know the answer. I didn't mean the disdain to come across so strongly there. Oh, you're using a controller, right? Why do some of Brian's bullets hang around? Neither mine nor Fool's do anymore. Brian also seems to be invincible for some reason. Why is Brian invincible? I'm not invincible. Do you need to refresh, maybe? Maybe. But I feel like to join the game, you'd have had to refresh. Already. Is Fool killable? Yeah, Fool can be killed. It's just Brian the Chad. Oh wait, he just died. I didn't change the room name, that's true. Look, Fool won't die anymore. There's something very sketchy going on. I need a third-person view. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Basically, what's happening is how to explain this. So, bullet destruction is handled by the person who fired the bullet. Right? So, I fire a bullet at Brian. On my screen, the bullet hits Brian. So it kills itself. Then, on Brian's screen, before my bullet has a chance to reach him and actually kill him, because of the latency, because Brian's in America, the bullet is disappearing. So, Brian gets an advantage from being in America. Because I bet if Brian shoots me, I die. I bet that's the thing that happens. Yep. Because when Brian shoots me, it's inversed, right? Great. Which means I probably should switch it to... Does that mean Fool is in Europe? I think so. There's two solutions to that. All Americans have advantages. You do not have nationalized healthcare. You do have some other social programs. You do have barbed wire fencing. MWAKS is in America. But MWAKS is not Fool. And when MWAKS said, my bullets aren't hurting Patino, I don't believe MWAKS was playing. Let's do a quick and easy fix. Quick and easy fix. But Callum, what's the quick and easy fix? No, you're not Fool MWAKS. And you're not fooling me. The quickest and easiest of fixes. Change death detection from player client to shooter client. No. That would fix it, but it'd also bring in that unfair variable that I was talking about that I didn't want to add. I've made it so that if a bullet kills a player, it doesn't destroy the bullet. Bullets are only destroyed by walls. Now, I'll grant you, that might come back to bite me in the ass when we create shields. But it might not. Because for shields, we want the opposite, right? For shields, the owner of the shield should destroy the bullet. I mean, could a player dodge the bullet that the shooter detected hit him? Yes. Yes, absolutely. But if you switch it around, then the player could be killed by a bullet that they dodged. You're not Fool, you issue with that call. I know you're not Fool, man. There was no way you were ever going to be able to prove it. The simple way to make you prove it would be, okay, MWAKS, log in and fire a bullet. That would be it. Log in and fire a bullet. I do not believe you can do that. Hyping times that you come, yeah, totally. I might need to rethink how we're handling bullets and bullet death and collision with players. I might need to rethink it. It's a bit sketchy right now. I'll be the first to admit. Why are there so many bullet views kicking around? Whose bullets are these? Brian's? Are all these bullets Brian's? Yes. Maybe if has 2 hands and 2 internet-connected devices, he could be 2 people even if firing. No, but I don't believe that you can fire a shot using the phone. Are you tapping on the screen to fire there, Mevib? Okay, Mevib, I challenge you to move in a circle and shoot at the same time. Mevib, you're a son of a bitch. I didn't realize tapping would fire. I mean, that's good to know. That means technically Mevib can play on a mobile, which means this game does support mobile. Used pop-out keyboard. Yeah, for moving, right? And then tapping on the screen makes it fire in the direction that you tap. Is that how it's working? He could do it if he can pat his head and rub his belly at the same time. That's true. But he couldn't be as consistently adequate as the game. As Fool is. I find it hard to believe that Mevib's MWAKS skills transfer to being on a phone. But anyway, Mevib already admitted he wasn't Fool, so I win. Right. We could add shields. We could add shields. We could add shields. We could add shields. You need a Gazarath skin. I mean, you could make one, Mevib. If... I'm not even going to finish that because you know what the if means. I'll be back in a sec. Got myself a cookie. I don't really want to do shields tonight, I'm going to be honest. Is there anything else we could add? Score, huh? We could do score. Let's publish. I don't know if I've made any changes, but I feel like I have. Have I made any changes? I think I've only made one change, right? And that one change was to get rid of that exception. Oh no, this. Yeah. I want to upload this change. So bullets pass through people. Should get rid of a lot of the current issues. And then if we want to do kill count, that'd mean implementing iNotifiable or iPun notifiable and having people send events to each other. Which is manageable. We did it in MWAKS. I think I'd rather add shields. Do we have any shields that match the template? I mean, Mevib's posted a shield. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I can't trust Mevib. That'll do. Try your new skins. Look. No, wait, they're mine. I see what you've done, Mevib. Very good. Very entertaining. I actually will use this then. I didn't recognize them because they're so good. I thought there's no way I made these. They're amazing. But they are indeed mine. They're the original templates, right? Mevib. Do you see the flaw with that? I know you're just on the wind up. Catch you later, James. Right. Let's get to work. Update shield event. Character shield. Could make these a dictionary. In all seriousness, the crackhead shield and bullet are made with the template. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. And I'll totally add them. You know what? I was being sarcastic there, but I will add them. You know, it'd be nice if you gave these unique names. I mean, they're looking out by being unique right now. No hat when? No hat now, I guess. Can't go wrong with a bit of no hat. Don't particularly trust that it's saying it's black, but it's not. Failed to publish. At least we don't have to build again. That was a really nice cookie. Ooh, cookie, cookie, do, 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 do. Right. No body, no bullet, no shield skin, all in one, yeah. Oh right, I didn't upload no hat. Now collision should be a bit better. We should be able to kill people, regardless of where they are in the world. So that's pretty good. Ugh, they drew first blood. Uh-oh. I've gone into crazy mode. I've gone Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Meevib's got an advantage. I know that's totally backtracking on everything that I said earlier. But let it be known, Meevib has an advantage. Getting my MWAKS groove back. The kills seem to be more consistent. Is there a third person in here? Pushing the arena around. Maybe. Maybe. No, I don't see a third person. Blech. We could make spawn points. That's something we could add. I blame my lack of skill on the fact I'm using keyboard and mouse instead of controller. Pretty good excuse. We all know controller is the preferable way to play the game. Although the argument doesn't really hold up when Meavid's playing on a virtual keyboard on a phone. But you know what I can blame? The fact that it's almost 1 in the morning. That's a pretty good excuse. Right. New version is up. That's good. Now, we were doing shield. We need to add another selector view. Shield selector view. Which needs a shield. Then I need to change all these to say shield, which is a bit annoying. I should really just have one thing. I really could optimize this, but I think this is the last one we need to add. Unless I add glasses as well. Which is something I might add. Right, shield selector should work. We also need... Let's duplicate that. Don't forget the possibility of melee. That's true, I was thinking about melee earlier. I was actually thinking about melee earlier. I was thinking, you know how we have the battery, which limits how often you can shoot? Maybe with the melee, it doesn't use battery, so it's like a backup weapon if you've got no power. But that also means if you're focusing on shooting, you're not going to have much shield. But if you're focusing on melee, you'll be able to use all your battery power for your shield. Make that permanent and then melee resets it. An interesting idea. Now I know anyone who knows me will understand that that means no. But it is an interesting idea. Update shield. Yeah, shields. I'm going to make it so that shields can stop melee. I think that'll be pretty good. Not sure how that'll work. But we'll think about that once we're actually doing melee. Wouldn't that make melee fights really long? Maybe, if the person was good with their shield. Remember, each time your shield gets hit, it drains energy. Remember that. So you couldn't just keep your shield up forever. Right. That's the actual creation of the shield done. Do. Let's give this some basics. Nice. I think that should be at the top, though. Oh, I'll have to actually set up real ordering. That's fine, though. Cool. Then For actually using the shield, we need to say, what do we want to say? We want to say if we need a new input, which we'll call, so let's just do it here. If input get button shield, if you have the shield, the player view needs to have the shield. How do we know it isn't pronounced Salem or Salback? It's a good question. It's a good question. I guess you just have to take it on faith. Right, so else this dot view dot character shield dot is visible equals false. Not gonna let me set that, is it? Rah! Enabled? What do you do, enabled? Equals false. If you do have it down, then we want enabled to be true. Then let's steal some code. So that your name isn't me Evib. It could be. Maybe it is. Maybe it always was. How did we make the shield always look at the player? Aha! Ahaha! Ahahahahaha! Ahahahaha! Yoink. What's rotator? Let's not worry about it. I think we are going to have to worry about it. But let's just wing it for now. Let's just wing it. Right, then it did look at the mouse, yeah, but it actually looked at the aim input because then it works for the controller as well. We need to add a new thing called shield. We'll replace fire 3 with shield. Sure, it can be shift for now. We just want to see if it works. And it can be joystick button 4. I know I had a lot of issues with joystick button earlier. Now it's not actually going to be shift, but for now, hey, look, it almost works. It almost works. It almost works. It almost works. Please make it F and not shift in the final release. It'll be right click in the final release, I think. It was right click originally. Something is wrong. But it's almost there. I mean, I didn't expect this to work, so, you know. That's something. Does it work for the controller? Tell you what, Meevup, in the final release, I'll make it right click or F. Hey, look at that. I mean, you know, it's not ideal. It seems to be using world space for some reason. The closer I am to the origin, the happier it is. Which means I've messed something up. But there's no denying that we almost have a shield. A really sketchy shield that doesn't quite work. And is arguably maybe a little bit too small. Although, to be fair, my screen's pretty small as well. That's what it would look like at 1x scale. You'd just be able to see a lot more of the map. I think it might need to be bigger. So I just need to fix the rotation code. And then we'll be living the dream. Very cool. Oh, right. You need it to be, yeah, you need it to be mobile. You need to make it work for mobile, right? Right. It's 1 a.m. I think I'm actually going to go to bed. And I'm not going to upload the version with the shield. Auto-rotating shield. A power-up that'd be cool would be a shield that surrounds your entire thing. Like, it still works as a normal shield. It still has a certain amount of energy. But for like 30 seconds, when you shield, you get a full shield. Only problem with that is we'd have to have a template for the full shield as well. And at that point, it becomes really annoying. So I don't think I will. Yeah, night, man. And I think, I don't know if we'll do coding tomorrow. I quite like it being a weekend thing. I think it works pretty well. But we'll see. We'll see what we'll do tomorrow. But for now, I'm going to head off. And I'll catch you guys later. Adios.